Hey team, how we going? It is Kaz from In the Trenches with Kaz with Lauren down here in Slips, not Slipover. And basically we just had a few tech issues, team. That's okay. And we've got a few surprises. I hope you like the strip back, take it easy wallpaper we have. There is nothing particular special about tonight's stream except for the fact that it's the last one of the year. Or is it? Maybe there'll be a second one as it hits 12 o'clock because Corona's been sold out, just like our country has by the leadership which has slipped into poor management, basically into all states of affairs as they try to ruin and kibosh what could have been a really good New Year's Eve. I don't know if you know at the moment, but Sydney, the fireworks are on for those that can afford to be in a boat. It's also on for those politicians and those that are rich enough to live in the penthouses. But the taxpayers are paying for it, but aren't allowed to attend. There's something a little bit horrific about that. I don't know what it is. You know, we all get angry at pyromaniacs, but then we all line up 24 hours to watch fireworks. It's bizarre.
Oh, you've got your deep voice on again.
Oh, have I?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. There's nothing that can be done about it, apparently.
They can still hear you, and I've even got a name for when it goes, deep. They call me Lorenzo instead.
Oh, I thought you meant it just go, it sort of sounds manly for once.
Yeah,
Hey team, how yous going? I know you've been pretty bloody patient, but we had a few tech issues at the end. I've had a really big day. I've been up since 4 o'clock this morning to go and get the photos for Daz from Patreon. And those photos are in Patreon. They come up really nice, actually.
beautiful.
Thank you.
They really were.
Yeah, thanks. I hope everyone here is in the mood to sit down and at least feel like we are here to share a moment with you in the facts that you may not be able to get outdoors. What was normally a New Year's Eve for you, festivity, may be spent on the lounge. You think, well, what do I watch next? Oliver Twist again? I don't know. But I'm looking forward to hearing how your 2021 is going to end up. And it's a lot safer where you are right now watching this than what it is for some others who are going to make mistakes, run the gauntlet, have too many drinks, drink and drive, and all the other things that come with misadventure on the one day of the year where everyone with dickhead beside their name turns up on parade and says, well, I'm here.
Yeah. I wonder how many people wake up to a spray-painted street. You see people who write Happy New Year on the street.
Or Black Lives Matter.
Oh, I haven't seen that. I only ever see Happy New Year every now and then.
Yeah.
Dickman was saying that he's already people plastered where he is.
Yeah, it happens quickly when immaturity also meets opportunity, and it happens when people have been tied down for way too long. So let's get into the introduction first, and I'll let you know one of the surprises we've got. The many faces of Kaz, as you would say in New Zealand. Welcome to all. A Mechanic, Jay Hayes, Bam, Westside, not cerebral palsy. We've got Satchet Tanduka there. Stickman, eat a loaf of bread. You'll put on the weight, mate. You'll be fine. Guys and girls, this one is for you.
Hey team, how we going? It is Kaz from In the Trenches with Kaz. As you know, if this is your first time here, subscribe, share, with yourself at least. And remember, we're about to go into 2021. What this is all about is a message, a reset if you will, a New Year's resolution if you want, to choose living over being a victim. About giving what you have left to others. And I don't mean resources, I don't mean money. I mean compassion, I mean respect, I mean time, attitude, humility, sense of humour. Treat every single year like there's a brand new innings.
I'm going to make myself cry.
What you can do to wipe out the past, do
Remember,
that.
I can't hear it.
Scrub the slate clean, so to speak. Work on a six-pack, either at the gym or on the lounge. It's up to you.
I always have to have the
Midstream.
volume down.
I'll still get cut off at the bar. But let's make a good time. Let's give 2021 the respect it deserves. And let's live our life, because it's actually a bloody miracle we even exist at all. Huh? Out of every egg that came out of your dad, You were the one that made it. Maybe you went the wrong way.
At a very
And that was the
young
way
age,
you
came in,
made
your
it.
dad,
Finish
you're the one
line.
that made it.
Yeah. The one salmon
Every
that
egg.
ran up the wrong estuary. But
Sperm.
either way, guys and gals, I'm here with you. And I'll be here with you next year, which is in the next few hours. But give people a break. I understand we're going through tough times. Let's hope that our leadership actually shows some leadership rather than half-assed management. Let's not sell people down the river, tell people what they can't do. Let's get on with our lives. Let's change out some of the old, get on with the new, and give yourself a fighting chance at having the best life, because I tell you what, you can't go backwards. Your life between 16, 18 to 35 is where you create the story. The LORE, the law of your life. And after that, we spend the rest of our life, potentially 70 years, with our minds in the past, but not our body, trying to rekindle what we had and wonder where it went. So make sure you have so many stories you can fall back on. Things that can make people laugh, things that can teach others from mistakes while you learn from others around you. And let's have a great 2021 and not start where we did in 2020. Fires, COVID, economic disaster, shutdowns, and gut instinct not meeting common sense. Let's get to it. And thanks for joining me tonight as we prepare for a soft landing into 2021. Thank you for everyone that helps us to be able to deliver this to you. Cheers. Take it easy.
Thanks, team. Thanks for listening to that. And Lauren, thank you for your patience. Lauren can't hear that because if she does actually put it on, then that means she hears it twice, so to speak, and that makes it tough.
Exactly. It's all right. I was lip reading and reading the chat. Rob Kent thought he spotted some kind of personal massage device in the background.
Holy shit.
Did you leave your, intimate toys out?
No, there was a sailor's box there that has all my receipts in. There's Daz. I hope you enjoyed your photos today, mate. It's the least I can do for the opal that you gave me. And I tell you what, I tried every excuse in the book not to get out of bed at 4 o'clock today. Actually, I lie, fake news. It was 4:08. We've got Dave D. The stream is going all the way to 21. I'm thinking about staying on for about an hour and a bit, Dave, an hour and change, and then doing another one starting at about 11:30 that'll go to 12:30, so that for those that people don't realise are all alone.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of people who might even be locked down this year who normally would be out and about.
I knew a girl that used to lock me in.
Oh, did you, consensually or not?
Well, girls don't ask. Guys just got to take it. It's only girls that have a choice.
Girls should have to ask too.
Nah, bullshit. I'll take what I can get. Dante Mac. Is that a new burger at McDonald's? Happy New Year, everyone. G'day, mate. I haven't seen you before. If that's not a new name, then make sure you subscribe, team. Be part of the family that's here for you on the only day where people had a chance to fly the flag, didn't fly the flag, or, pardon me, the fireworks. I'm the only ones here for you now. So subscribe, see name come up on the book. And let me show you something different. You ready for this, Lauren?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Watch this one, team. Hey, how you doing up there? We'll decide on what the other angle is later, but now we've got two cameras, DOS cameras, two dragons, where we'll put the other one, we'll set up a different background so we can go back and forth and have communications with you and keep that going back and forth between bam, 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 bam. There we go. So there you go.
I'm excited for 2021 now.
Yeah, it's good. Every time you come on, you need to see something a little bit different to know we're moving forward. Ryan Ward. If someone breaks up with you, does that mean they've escaped from the ward?
I guess so.
Huh.
In fact, what if they hook up with him? Does that mean they've entered the ward?
Oh.
Well, let's just pretend I didn't say that. Dante Mac just subbed a week ago. Welcome.
That's a good name.
Yeah.
Maybe just think of the El Maco, which is back. Guys and gals, what's Southern Land Bushcraft and Survival here? It's been a while. G'day, mate. How you going? Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I love what you do, but I haven't been on Instagram very much lately. The reason being
Nor have I.
is it's I don't know. There's just something about it.
I'm going to try and get back on there next year.
It just doesn't give back. There's not an emotional tie to it, and I think a lot of that is since you used to have. Maybe I'm guilty of it. I like the likes. I like,
Yeah.
it's really weird.
I like other people's pictures. I like seeing everybody's, photography and that. People are really quite creative. I think there's a lot of vanity on there, which
Yeah.
kind of makes it feel very empty.
Yeah, and you know what? There's really an emotional blackmailing that people can put absolute trash on there and put up 5, 10 things a day, and you feel emotionally obliged to respond to it.
Yeah.
And so rather than respond to it, it's easier just to not get on there at all because it's
Yeah.
just overwhelming.
Yeah, that's true.
When people are putting 10 posts up in a day, you're going, I can't message that, but because I messaged in the
Too much.
past, now you're thinking, oh, you got a problem with it.
Yeah, that's too much Instagramming, folks.
Yeah.
They-
One a day at max.
I believe the magic number, if you're running a business or something for Instagram, is no more than 5. And I don't think, maybe I've posted twice in one day, but I don't even think I have. I
Yeah,
don't think I've posted. Did I even post this year? I don't know.
I don't know. Like I can't remember. I can't keep up with it. I'm up to over 40,000 emails at the moment.
Yeah, I've got too many. It's worse and I don't want to look.
I would love to have a Zoom session with everyone that's in chat at the moment. How funny would that be? Just 40 people on there speaking like Laura Keats in a mall in Townsville. Just
Yeah. I'd be like, pay week and stop months.
yeah. Simon Powell was saying Instagram has become a join me on OnlyFans advertisement for overinflated hot models.
Yeah. Apparently Dave started an OnlyFans.
Who, Dave has?
That's what he said.
Have you got any subscribers on there, mate?
Yeah.
I'll have to drop it off at the Navy Academy and see if we can't get you some numbers, some digits, so to speak, and we don't mean money.
I think the best thing on Instagram is In the Trenches with memes. I think you should all go there and you should like all those posts.
Yeah, so I don't even get time to do that. So Paul
No.
Fugly works
No.
hard and probably thinks Kaz, like he's screaming in the night.
Things
And-
we don't care.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's the last thing on me to-do list. I don't look at my own.
Yeah, Fugly popped in before, but he has to work.
He's a glazier. Yeah.
Yep. Broken glass doesn't wait for anyone.
And now he's looking after a family.
Yeah,
Guy-
exactly.
Guys and gals, start putting up right now if you can in comments. Jay Hayes, West Side, is speaking to North Side. His favourite pet, the parrot, Kane Higgins. Great to have you here, Kane, as well. Let us know what you reckon is going to happen in 2021. I was speaking to Lauren before, and one of my biggest fears is it doesn't matter how good your maturity is. It doesn't matter how you bounce to adversity. It almost feels like the government is not going to let you get on with your life at the moment. Our gut is not meeting common sense. It's like we're being told so many conflicting situations where you can't tell whether we're being absolutely bullshitted to, whether it's absolute incompetence, or whether it's a mixture of both. I don't remember Australia being such a scared country. I don't. And at the moment, what we're seeing is a lot of fear from people I wouldn't have expected. It reminds me of people trying to claw their way onto the lifeboats of the Titanic without actually looking to see whose space they're taking.
Yeah. I think, we've got to do what we're told to do. At the end of the day, we do. But it doesn't mean you can't really look at why this is happening. And to be honest with you, I don't think anyone knows.
I think there is people that do. But when your bread is getting buttered twice as much because of this situation that's happening at the moment, because it favours many, those in government business, no dramas whatsoever. Those in big private industries, some of them have had the biggest year in their careers.
Yeah.
So those that are winning aren't going to stop this continuing on. They're going to absolutely go into the plan, because at the end of the day, it's good for business, even if it's morally wrong. It's tough.
Yeah. Yeah. And that sick man said, sadly, by choice, I have a lot less friends than I started the year with. That's not sad.
That's not
It's
bad.
good to go through a coal, some dead wood sometimes.
It is, unless it's us.
Yeah, we're not dead wood.
No, that's a good. I loved that series when it first came. Oh, here's our friend. I can't read that name. I'm just going to have to call you Vodka, my man.
No, it's Greek.
That's right.
Yeah, he did tell us, and now we've forgotten. That's how ignorant we are.
It's
We need a Greek name for him.
See, I always thought the Greek. It doesn't look Greek. I thought Greek was just normal English alphabet, but they just spelt words differently.
I'm sure that's Greek.
I don't know.
I remember having the conversation.
Yeah, I've had more than one in my life.
Yeah, I had the conversation with that sub about the name. I'm sure it was.
It's yeah. I don't expect too many people to be on here tonight, but we are going to have a longer stream than normal tonight. I had what felt like a bowling ball behind my eyeball before, which is normally the start of a migraine. But I went out, had a El Maco burger, and now I feel pretty bloody good. Is there any thumbs up here for anyone that listens to Coach Adams? Anyone? Let us know.
I don't. It's Macedonian. See.
Oh, there you go. Macedonian sounds so much tougher than Greek, doesn't it? Macedonian, you can still picture the shield and the sword. Coach Adams. Anyone? No one's heard of him. Better Bachelor? Anyone listen to Better Bachelor?
Oh, you've sent me there sometimes.
Yeah. It's really cool. He's up to nearly 20,000 female subscribers now.
Yeah, there's
Some come to monitor him, and some come to argue and yell at the internet, I'm sure. But there's a lot of truth in what he says. I don't agree with everything, but it's interesting.
Yeah, look, I also think there is a whole heap of ladies too who maybe know that this is rubbish, and maybe it's even, affecting them. The way other women are behaving is actually affecting their odds of being, taken fairly, no fault of the man's.
Well, I can tell you 100% it is. 100% it is.
Yeah.
It's I really feel sorry for people at 20 years old now in some aspects that it was the last frontier for us guys like Robbie Wool, Robbie Kent, Kaz, Simon Powell, etc. When we were young, you could walk up to any girl that wasn't holding the hand of a guy and go, "Please, I'll pay for dinner." Get out. Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Oh, wait a sec. I'll just hang up on that. Sorry, Tim. Yeah, it was. There was no insult. Girls gave as good as they got. It was fine. No one. All of this. Don't cry for me, Argentina wasn't happening. It didn't even exist.
Yeah, I wonder what the future of flirting is.
There's none.
It's just like George Orwell said in 1984. There was no romance, nothing. Everything was cynical.
Well, I was saying in England, you were talking about it today. In England, even the first time you ask someone out is considered rude,
What?
And inappropriate.
No, what a load of rubbish.
Yep. You can ask her out as many times as you want until she's got the honesty to tell you no. But they say don't ask girls out at the workplace. That's the one place we actually meet people and actually get to know them and actually dig their personality.
Yeah, it's like they want, and you know, that's what we used to do when we were young. You went out with people who were in your circle. You didn't go out with strangers. But nowadays it seems that, you know, powers that be want you to hook up and go out and get married to strangers as opposed to, you know, going out with people in your circle. It's crazy. You should get someone first.
Caleb is saying Tinder. Tinder is the most dangerous trap that has probably ever existed, especially for men. You have absolutely no idea what the ulterior motives are of the person you're going on to. But it used to be just hookup culture. Imagine, for example, a good-looking guy like Carl P.
Yeah.
Goes on to Tinder and reluctantly he takes 3 lovely ladies to dinner. All 3 of them take their, no, it's not kiss goodnight. You can come home with me. If you're single, he's not. And he goes, oh, well, that's going a little bit quick for me, but we've had a few drinks and okay. And what happens if a month after that, these 3 ladies have said, no, I just really wanted a free dinner and a hookup, and you scratched that post, and I'm actually not single, but there you go, or were. And then he finds out that he's a very fertile guy, and those 3 lasses all wanted to have a child, but didn't want a partner, and you end up with 3 babies being born at the same time. That's really possible. That's based on just 3.
Yep.
Yeah, I know some bloody guys out there. I know some girls out there. Holy shit. You give them a Christmas hug and they miss a period. You know, it's... you've got to be so careful. And the end of the day, if you were 18 or 19 years old and you're an apprentice or you're a private soldier, and I'll tell you the story in a second, anecdotal, and you get someone pregnant that one you didn't want to be with, someone you decided, okay, just this one time, I guess, meet me at the taxi, it's dark, no one's ever going to know, then all of a sudden you're introducing, okay, Miss Thick Ankles to mum and dad, and they're looking at you going, what the hell have you done, son? Oh, yeah, you're on with her now for at least another 20 years. And you might even try to do the right thing and try to make it work, and before you know it, you've got 2 or 3 to the same person. And I know some of this has happened to. And then they still walked, you know, and took the maintenance and the 3 kids. And now he's left in limbo, probably for the rest of his life. But there is a guy that was at Singleton, I believe he's still at Singleton, and they give you Thursday off, not off, to go in and do administration in town. No drinking allowed. You're in there for like 3 hours. And this guy that just so happened, I believe he might even be a dickhead, I think I've been told, went into town to do administration, buy some 2-minute noodles, some aftershave, some Rexona. Thank you, Demo. Meets up this Tinder date. First time, pregnant. While he's in training, with the couple of hours he had off, and yep, I'm keeping it too. You know, how could that young man go there? And he got back squatted as well before that.
Oh, God, he's just...
So he's not going to have a career. He could get stuck in Singo, but they're not employing for the mines.
He's just kicking goals. Hey, look at that orange cow.
It's Dusty Rhodes. What's he saying? My eyes are just shot.
Yeah, you need to wear your glasses. G'day, team. Thanks for the support in 2020. Has kept me going at times and makes a huge difference. My boys in 26 Platoon are lurkers, so hallway 26. Hello, 26 Platoon lurkers. Happy New Year. Hello, Simon, Dave, Lauren, and Kaz. Mucho respecto, Dusty. Kiss, kiss.
Block your ears. Hallway 26! Thanks to the support, 26. That's awesome. So, there's no politics in his life. He's never going to have another year again where he's not either a veteran, soldier, legacy. There's no loneliness there. All he's got to do is knock on another door. Hey, he's going, what's up? I'm so drunk from those 2 mid-strength beers, just like Kaz is on streams. What you're going through that military, you have no politics. You're in a different world. The outside world doesn't exist.
Yeah, totally different world.
It's like being on Survivor, but longer. Big Brother, but longer.
Yep.
Thanks very much, Dusty. I'll throw you a
Yep.
cracking, but that was what I used to actually put that message on there.
That's much better, JD. JD with the Macedonian name, put a JD in front of his name.
There you go, JD. We'll call you that now. Only
Yeah.
JDs. I don't drink it. Great to have you here, Cobber. And 26 platoon. If you're watching right now, then you need to subscribe to the channel, but not with your real name, because that'll come up your real name. And mate, guys or gals, we're looking forward to hearing how your career steps off. 2021, regardless, is going to be a great year, a year of firsts for you. Still a long way to go, but we've got your back, unlike a sailor that is. And to your staff, just remember when they're yelling at you, they're not actually angry. It's an act, and you're part of a game show, and all you got to do is pass each week.
Exactly, and it doesn't last forever.
It feels like it at the time.
Yeah, no, that's right. But if you can get through that, it'll be okay. And there probably will be times where you do feel like giving up.
But you can't.
You can't. Keep going. You will always, I think, regret it if you do.
Charlie, someone got to do the job. Hey, Dave, as we say, thanks, Bravo. I couldn't imagine what the world is like for Dusty at the moment. Thinking, what the hell has been going on since I've been in here?
Yeah,
What is all this shenanigans?
a lot and probably not much.
Yeah. But we've got an awesome world, and we've got awesome lives. And this is one of the first times, I've said it 100 times, where, we can convince ourselves that we're having a bad year when we're not.
It's true. A lot of it's perspective.
Yep. Our poorest people are morbidly obese.
Yeah, exactly. We don't live in a bad place. We live in a lucky country. Even with everything that's going on, no matter what you think about it, we've got it pretty good.
I've said some outlandish things so far. Have I got any thumb down yet?
Not that I can see, but I would have to refresh the stream.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to talking to Dave. Yeah. I sent some photos to you today, Dave. I'm not sure if you got them. It was a fantastic trip. We went down to the Grand Pacific Drive, which was awesome. I was the only one there, and I am so scared of heights. Honestly, I feel like Dorothy walking through Detroit at 2 o'clock in the morning. And one guy come jogging behind me. I never saw him, and it made the whole thing shudder, and I shit myself. But the photography was just too easy. It was really, really easy. It was great. Sometimes you just wish there was more people there. How's the puppy dog, Kaz? Tassie Devil, going well, mate. He smells great. His paws taste great. He's about to go to the beach for the first time in the next few days, and I can't wait to experience that and watch his little dial, before I've got to put him in the bath again to clean his clacker.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that.
Carl says there's no thumbs down yet. You should put one up. Put one there, Carl.
No, I saw 2 appear and then 1 disappeared. So people are being cheeky.
Yeah, that's all right.
Thumbs down guy was enjoying the stream and forgot he hadn't done his duty.
That's right. I've got this weird feeling. Look, I made this back screen for you, but I keep waiting to feel a truck or something go boom over the puppy. It just feels like it. It just feels like it.
See you, Dusty. Enjoy your dinner.
After dash to dinner, I hope you enjoy your 2 choices of meat, and the line. What are they doing for you, Dusty? What are they doing for you to make it feel a little bit special on New Year's Eve? Dash to dinner. Great seeing you all. Thanks again for all the support and content, Kaz. You're honestly a legend, mate. You deserve all the acknowledgement you can get. Happy New Year, team. Only a couple of hours off being in the next year. It's pretty exciting. I've been alive for 49 of these. 50.
Yeah.
Nearly 50. Next year's is 50.
Yeah, this will be your 50th year, won't it?
49th.
Oh, right. 21 is your 49th?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. It's a fluffy doggy. I'm not sure what he's talking about there. A Lightfoot. Yeah, much to the admiration of my sickos and platoon. Oh, imagine the staff. They'd normally be on holidays now, but they're back there doing training because of the. I was only 19.
Yeah, he's home. Marches out on the 19th
Oh, righto.
February.
It can be hard going back, and I guarantee you'll have a couple of people that don't come back, and then they're going to be looking for the rest of their life, going, "What did I do?"
Yeah.
And they get a warrant for their arrest as well. A lot of people don't know that.
Oh, yeah. Well, of course.
Yeah. We'll buzz out next year, Kaz. We'll see. We will see a buzz cut next year, Kaz. I'll get one for you if you want. So I look like I'm out of Roxette.
will you bleach it platinum?
We've Carl, we've got some exciting stuff coming up, haven't we, Lauren?
Very exciting.
Hopefully it comes out tomorrow. Not a rumour.
That's really exciting. But we've been having lots of fun.
Lots of fun. Yeah, it's a collaboration between 3 different YouTubers in the backplay. Yep. It's going to be great. Looking forward to seeing. There is, I've got to tell you, it's one of the only thumbnails that gives me some sort of chemical imbalance is when you look down and you feel like there's something on the goddamn back of your neck. When you look down and see buggers here with like a centipede, you can just sort of feel it in the back of your neck.
I rather like bugs.
I don't mind them, but not when it's an ambush.
Yeah, you've probably had more experience with them actually on your person. I
Yeah.
just look in the garden.
Yeah. It's a weird thing when you're outfield, and you're all going to get used to this, Dusty Rose included, and you're sleeping in the middle of nowhere. No one can hear you scream except the people that are making you scream. And then you feel something on your face, on your neck, and you grab it, and you expect it to be something tiny, but it's almost heavy. And you knock it off, and it sounds like you've dropped your wallet on the ground. And the rest of your career going, what was that?
Yeah, exactly. You may never know.
Where no one feels sorry for you. That's one thing I was going to say. For most of you haven't seen the significant burns that happened to one of my friend's partners on a slip and slide in Cairns, a homemade slip and slide. She ended up in the burns unit where the plastic got ripped off her body, and she's like a model. She's a lovely, lovely lady, and her bum now looks like Deadpool. It was horrible, but it reminds me that when you join the military, the one thing you'll just about never get, even if you're horribly injured, you'll get assistance, but you don't really get sympathy. It's a big boys' rules. We look around and go, oh, okay. So much so, I'll give you an example. Dave has felt the heat before, and he's seen people at war, despite the fact of instruction, too much warm weather gear, and I don't mean board shorts and singlet and thongs. I mean things like thermals, etc., in cold climates, and don't understand that once you start moving, your body heat creates a furnace, and you can create a situation that no one knows about. It ultimately ends up with you going down, and people going, what the hell's going on with that person? As you slowly stop sweating, because you can't get enough water in, or you're drinking too much water, and then you start to vomit that. This is something that a lot of people don't understand with the military. We used to have a thing called water discipline, which meant you're only allowed to drink a certain amount of water, and we could tell you you're not allowed to drink at all. We used to be able to do that. But now what happens is if you go down in a field environment, and what I mean go down, face first into the ground with a 50-kilo pack on your back, slamming your face into the ground, you can actually get in trouble. I don't feel sorry for you because there's only 3 reasons it can happen. Okay, 1, you're too unfit. Okay, number 2, you're carrying too much fat, which means you're generating more heat. Okay, or you don't know how to look after yourself and drink the water and maintain that. So in some ways, it's almost self-inflicted. So you can't keep up with the pace. Okay, you generate too much heat because of excess fat, marbling. Okay, or you don't know how to look after yourself. And the same thing can happen with your feet if your feet go to shit. If we find out you haven't been changing socks, or you didn't bring enough socks, or your mouth starts to look like a Galapagos Island Komodo dragon because you didn't brush your teeth. All of these different things. Your body starts to die as soon as you go outfield for a prolonged period under duress. So you need to be fit for those reasons. You need to be able to look after yourself for other reasons. Because you've got to finish everything that you start. And if you fall out of anything even once, you're considered unreliable. No one feels sorry for you. You're considered unreliable. I'm going to end up carrying that guy's gear. So then after that, every time you see him having a cigarette, eating an ice cream, not exercising, that's why you went down. Well, it's got nothing to do with it. Yeah. But there is no sympathy, so never expect it. Bloody insects. LP, I'm sure you get a lot on the rooftops, mate. Have you ever found Billy Ocean dancing on the ceiling, mate? Carl?
Not on my ceiling.
Bug. I'll race you on the BFA roads.
I think, could you just remind young folk to be very careful naming themselves and maybe speaking about other recruits with their names and that online? Yep. It's really important.
Look, we need to be very, very careful of that because we're one of the only militaries in the entire world where it feels like the guns are pointing inwards, not outwards. For some reason, we have this adversity where the chief of the army, the Defence Force, can say whatever he wants and cause all sorts of shit, for no dramas. But if you even have your name up there, put a photo there, be proud of your uniform, expose yourself in a positive light, you can still get in the shit. So
yeah, they've even said with pseudonyms now it still won't make a difference. So just be very careful what you say, especially about other recruits. And I would say be especially careful if that other recruit is female or from a minority group, because you could get yourself in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, especially if it's connected to other comments other people are making about shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
We really need to rein this in. And what I mean by that is the military needs to step up and live by its own sort of creed. If we're not political, then that's fine. Don't take the words we use as political.
Yeah.
The one thing we can do is defend a nation. The other thing we can do is be sacrificed for a nation. But we're the only ones that are absolutely hung over the coals for multimedia, which is probably caused by rhinos in the system that don't keep up with social media and understand it's part of the DNA of being young. There's people that put fantastic things out there that look amazing for the army. But that can all be, you're basically invisible because you're not allowed to do anything unless you've got a commission or you're a media officer. And who says they're always right? Speak on behalf of everyone. People don't like to admit that there's two sorts of people get in the military. Those that become an officer that want ambition and reward and command. And there's those that just join for the culture. The culture, whether it be misogynist or not, I don't care what people think. Especially if they're not beside me with a rifle or bayonet and an ID card or a passport saying that I'm travelling on government business. If you're not going to be beside me, don't tell me what shirt I can wear underneath my camouflage uniform that scoops up the sweat or keeps the mozzies off my shoulder blades. Let me do my thing. Because we join for a different reason. For the adventure, for the mateship, for tribalism. And that is something, the ingredient that will make a man put his life on the line for someone he doesn't even like that's in his same organisation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Jay. The lurker, he's so bad at it.
Jay said he was drinking, I think he said whiskey with Pepsi tonight.
That's two filthy drinks. Whiskey,
I don't know whiskey. I may be remembering incorrectly, but he did say he was putting Pepsi with it.
But how many times do you see, like in American movies, where they get the whiskey, they drink it, they slam it down, then punch the bar like they're killing termites, and then go, that was smooth. You go, didn't look smooth. You were hitting the bar. Your face looked like you were constipated, with a migraine. But it's such a manly drink. I feel like John Wayne, you know, could have helped me with that one.
JD asked a question,
Go.
and I don't even know if it's one we've been asked before. We might have. What was life like as a sergeant, Kaz, if you don't mind me asking?
I think that sergeant was the best rank. I'll explain that one to you. When you're a private soldier, everything you hear is fake news. You've only got 400 metres to go. Yeah, until you get there, and then you're going out on the sentry where you've got to lay on your guts in the mud while everyone's on the hoochies. No raincoats out there, buddy. You know, we're going to give you food even though you haven't eaten any, but there's another 3 ration packs. You know, we're not going to get any sleep. Don't know how long you're out for. So you're always wondering what the hell's going on. Section 2IC sucks. He's going like a blue ass lie that has no real power. He writes picket lists, complicated mathematical equations, while everyone else is sucking off the invisible man half asleep on their feet. And he's never in the good books. You know, and he's always trying to argue with the tactical section commander, you know, who's telling him, just do what you're fucking told. You know, you're 2IC, the platoon commander doesn't want to talk to you, you don't have any tactical clout whatsoever. As a matter of fact, no one wants to see you. And then you've got the section commander, which is pretty close to the best job in the entire army, regardless of corps, because it's like you're the halfback or the captain of a footy team that the coach can't talk to. So you can run your regime however you want, as long as it doesn't go into other people's areas, and you can bring up those 7 soldiers, used to be 8, used to be 9, you know, and you can bring them up to be similar to you or help them on and off the field, so to speak. And it's fantastic. And they talk, hey, mechanic, session commander. Let's hold that one for a second. Let's see what Mr. Mechanic said.
Happy New Year. Have one on me. Thank you, Kaz, Lauren, and all the team for all the help. Cheers and all the best. Same to you.
Thank you very much, mate. You just made a little puppy very, very happy. I'm going to buy him a pig's ear for that. That's their favourite food, their favourite tucker. That'll get him off mine. Are you staying with us, mate, or are you off tonight?
You might be off to have fun.
Mechanic?
Not that we're not fun.
My dad was a mechanic. So, section commander. So, his personality is going to be filtered through his section, and it's fantastic. It's probably the best. But your clout only goes down to the soldiers in your section. That's it. You can go up to soldiers from any other section. You can go up to soldiers from another platoon. They still have to do what you say, you know, until their section commander comes over and goes, oi, get back off the reservation, mate. Don't put a brown paper bag on your head. Don't be crazy. That's code talk there. That'll make more sense later. So it's awesome. But you're talking to the platoon commander and you're only talking to your 7 soldiers pretty much. Right? And sometimes there's one of the biggest dramas will be in a section commander, because there's 3 of them in a platoon, is if you're the best section commander, because there's always a pecking order, then other diggers will put you in the shit by trying to come over to your section. And then you've got to sometimes shake your head, you know, when you know one of the other section commanders is a bit of a dung ball or is got limited charisma, right? And you're sometimes making excuses or telling other soldiers to shut up, you know, and stop talking about their own section commander. Sorry?
Did you say dung ball?
Dung ball, yep.
I'm going to use that.
I thought you'd have heard that before.
No, I've never heard a person described as a dung ball. Hey, can you give a classic Nutsukao to Mechanic?
We haven't
Like
got
the
one.
classic-
Wait a second.
No video, just a classic original.
Oh, we get in. Mechanic.
Yeah.
Mechanic, are you ready? Nutsukao. They call him the White Warrior. He was kicking the wall, and the plaster was coming down all around him. You can fucking fight him. Don't fight him. Nutsukao. so cow. Not so cow. Not so cow.
That's the best.
There you go, mechanic. Go and watch, if you haven't seen what we're talking about, guys and gals, go and watch Kickboxer. It's a true story. My great foggy. We saw Hibiscus was on here before too, to the lovely flower. Out to you, my dear. So that takes us to Platoon Sergeant. Platoon Sergeant is a god amongst the battalion. You know, because there's only about 14 or 15 of them, you know, across the entire battalion. And with those guys, they only really talk to their platoon commander, and that's the guy they're advising. To the CSM, they can talk directly to the major, you know, or the captain, or the commanding officer, or the RSM, Regimental Sergeant Major, the highest enlisted soldier in the battalion. You know, they talk to the section commanders. They can talk to the two ICs. There's two sort of roles you can do, and it's probably not so much anymore, but I wasn't very good at administration, and I never asked to be in administration. As a matter of fact, I dragged my feet as long as I could before I got promoted. But one thing I did do was volunteer for every single thing I could do, whether it was to better other people and be an instructor, whether it was to take people for PT, whether it was to take them and improve their shooting, whether it was to take lessons or show other junior commanders better ways of teaching and leading. So I was a very practical guy. Other people make up their nous from being very administrationally, what would you call it?
I don't know.
Not just professional, but what would you say? They've got acumen at it. They're really good at it, so their paperwork's always squared. But sometimes they're missing when it comes to missing in action, when it's going outfield, being fit, being strong, being around the soldiers. And the only reason I was able to do that was because I was married, separated for so many years, where I got to be married to the platoon and take them to dinner, you know, take them for PT, go out on the piss, you know, compete with them, against them. It was a good life. Cody Brown. Sounds like a bear. Happy New Year's, Cass and team. Happy New Year's to you, mate. Cody, give us your rundown, mate. What's going to happen in 2021? As a matter of fact, everyone, let us know what's going to happen in 2021. For you, is it going to be a thumbs up? Is it going to be a thumbs down? Now, what are you anticipating? Chaos? I'm anticipating chaos. Yeah, but I believe that once we get past January and we know what's happening in the US, and now that Brexit has actually done their breakaway and they have to deal with the EU, we're going to see things potentially settle down. Who's going to win the US? You know that Mr. Biden hasn't won yet. For everyone that thinks, oh, no, he's won, no, he hasn't yet. You know, he's got 6 disputed states. We don't know until the 6th of January. And that's going to make a massive difference, depending on whoever gets through. I'm really interested in seeing what people have got to say here about next year, because we'll see who's got a bit of a spin ball, something we didn't expect to hear. Is someone going to have love? Is someone going to get rid of love?
Yeah, possibly. I think in our own lives, I think it might be chaos around us, but there's things we can control it in our own lives. And one of those things is, you know, usually our own happiness.
Yeah. Do you know what was a real sobering feeling for me? Was a few years ago, and I think it was Michael Jackson. And it was when you saw people of astronomical brand value in the world, when they passed away, they were only in the headlines for 4 or 5 days. No one is that big a deal anymore. You know, so never think that we're not all expendable. We're all going to end up being somewhere one day that makes plants grow better, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's true.
Dave D reckons 2021, the year the left shits the bed. I hope so, Dave. You know,
Yeah.
If I can give anyone any advice, you know, never veer to the left. And never allow yourself to be accused of being right-wing just because you don't agree with the left. It can mean you're conservative, centralist, but it doesn't mean right wing.
Yeah, don't veer too far either way.
No.
It's the best. It's the best idea.
Yep.
You can, because sometimes someone from the left will say something that I agree with, and sometimes someone from the right will say something that I absolutely don't agree with. So I think try not to polarize people this year. Try to take them as individuals, and don't identify yourself as a bandwagon.
That's it. Don't sit on fences. TK just subscribed. Could we get some hitchhiking thumbs for the road to pick up that puppy and show TK that he's invited to the family? TK, great to have you here. You got here, skidded across a plate. Third base. Make sure you tick the bell as well in 2020 before we slide into 2021. Well done, mate. If there's anyone else out there that is with TK, jump on board, subscribe. It's free. It's your passport into one of the best streams, I believe, on YouTube.
Yeah, we've got a great community.
We've even got Dave here from NAM.
Oh, Dave's here. There he is.
Dave Penson, XY1. Thank you very much for the time, tribulations, and hair pulling out tension that you went through throughout your career to ultimately end up in a thin street with not so cow in Vietnam eating satay of an animal from a coloured meat. You're not sure it's cooked enough, but it tastes great and you want some more. Please, sir, can I have some more? Said Oliver Twist.
So good in Vietnam. Look, there's Sad Boy. Thank you, Sad Boy.
Hey, I was wondering what you're talking about. I was going to go, Sad Boy's been here all night. Sad Boy. Buy the kiddo a happy meal. Have a good year. Don't make her fat, Sad Boy, or she'll be a sad girl.
She's too active. She's very active.
She is. Sad Boy. Not so cow. That's Dave Penton as well. And guess what, Sad Boy? I'm taking this with me to NAM. As soon as they say you can open up, what I'm looking at doing is going to NAM. That's Vietnam for those that haven't been there before.
Yep.
Neither have I, but my dad did. And his DNA is in me, which means that's one tour that I've got under my belt. Shit. I'm such a dickhead.
I'm actually really excited for next year. I think for our community and this channel, I think there's going to be lots of great stuff.
I think there is too. I think there's going to be, surprises, good and bad. But as long as we've got this, there's a little bit of terra firma there, where we sort of understand we're all in the boat together. And a lot of you guys have also shown, look at that, look at all the thumbs up for TK there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it's about, mate.
Yep.
All of a sudden you're going, oh, well, we talk about shit. If you want to talk about military, talk about military. If you want to talk about ladies, boys, the ocean, animals, whatever you want to talk about, cars, bikes, sport.
Here's Emma. Emma thinks she's got 2 thumbs up, should be a good year, should progress in my application and rep my state in a national championship. Pretty pumped for it. We're excited for you, Emma.
That's excellent, Emma. What's your national championship in?
Unless it'll dox you, unless there's like only 2 people who do it in your state. Don't say it because otherwise all the creepers will rock up.
Handball. Stream sniper.
I don't know.
I don't like to do this very often there, Emma, but watch this. It's a second camera. I've got to work out a better view for it, okay, and a better background, but I get scared of heights. So when I'm right there now. Hey, Emma. Hi, Emma. How you going? And we're back. The good thing about that is when we get a second person inside the studio, especially when we get to the new place, that allows that camera to be on a second person, so we can actually end up with a third person that goes back and forth with the cameras. So it's a little bit like Tim Pool, the way he does things. Third person looks after the cameras, and so you'll actually see individuals come onto the screen, go off the screen as they communicate. Just so you guys feel like you're not just watching a floating head.
I was just saying he guesses he's not getting his bit this year.
It's right here. It's right beside me.
We need to get it to him so he can
Yeah.
start the year.
You got to help me to help you. You've got to send me a message. You might get one message a day. I get 100.
You bring horse cheers last time. A man's got to make a living.
He does. Remember, I was actually coming out to you. You know, you told me in the morning I was bringing it out to you. Nah, I can't make it.
Yeah, because horse cheese waits for no man.
He could have put it on the horse and beaten me in every challenge, and I never would have known.
I don't think he milked the horse himself.
I'm going to put mine on the dog tail.
That's cheating.
Joe Rogan's Jamie, exactly right, Simon Powell. Exactly right. For those that don't know, Simon Powell is the Raffy.
Yeah, Simon Powell's great, by the way. Everyone should go check out his Man Cave channel.
Oh, I was going to go, what are you talking about? That sounded very Elton John there. Go and check out his man cave. You go, oh,
He
yeah.
has a Man Cave video on his channel.
There you
He
go.
transported more horse cheese yesterday. He is the horse cheese transporter.
That's disgusting.
No, we wouldn't have any, great horses if it wasn't for Simon.
Do you know what I thought then?
Right, what?
This is Simon.
Hey! Come on now. It's a bit early in the evening.
The police come and pull you over and go and breathe in this and you go,
Oh, my God. Stop it. You're going to make me gag. Please don't.
I transported, okay. I bet it's worth a lot of money there, Simon.
Yeah, exactly. And he's got to do what he's got to do. Someone's got to do it.
Oh.
Very important work.
Jay just took it lower into the gutter. They all float down here, says Pennywise. Horse jizz whisperer. That's disgusting. In 2021, I've decided I'm going to knit some sniper undies out of the scratchiest wool I can find for Kaz and Lauren. I'll wear them on the outside of my clothes.
I don't need any. I'm not qualified to wear sniper undies, so is anyone?
Simon Powell says $3.50 is $3.50.
Yeah, 350. Come on,
Yeah, I
not
know.
$3.
Well, there you go. Skins Crawling again, the bug. As if you don't mind, could you fill me in with your opinion on 2RAR, the pros and cons of things to know? It's all pros, mate. You know, 2RAR is where all the money's getting spent. It's the new thing. It's the amphibious task force group. But the reason why their praises are being sung is because of as soon as you make demand higher, then it attracts the bees, so to speak, when you put the honey there. So when there's less positions going out, they can afford to pick who goes there. And then when the soldiers go there and more than 4 of the platoons, or 4 out of the 6 of the platoons reconnaissance, that's all about bushcraft. It's about fitness. It's about resilience. It's about toughness. It's about IQ. You know, it's about being an individually responsible above the rank you're at. You know, so naturally that brings up the levels of professionalism there. Not that it's any different in some ways than what it is to be in the other battalions, but it's a stepping stone that happens earlier than what it would normally happen in another battalion, so to speak. Yeah, which are now heavy infantry, mechanised and motorised. Pardon me. It's all pros, mate. It's all good. The cons is it's hard to get there into the 2nd Battalion, the Royal Australian Regiment, second to none. My old battalion. Love it. And if there any of them are out there, peace.
They're out there. You know they are.
Yeah.
Phoenix Knight has
Good name.
said, next year I would like to hear about unidentified aerial phenomena chat with Aaron Dixon and other folks. Interesting you would say that, because someone told me that in fact, it wasn't someone, I saw it in the news, that in one of the pandemic bills that has just come through in America, they've got till, Trump slipped in there that they've got till June to disclose to the House committee, I believe, not the general public, everything they know about, they don't call them UFOs, but everything they know about it has to come out.
Well, you can't call them aliens anymore.
Well, they're not. We don't know that they're aliens.
Because
it could be a different nation. It could be, just military things we don't know. But they have been told that they have to disclose it to the House committee by June.
And what does Alro tell us? he reckons that this one put a spanner in the works. He said, well, if all the dinosaurs got wiped out in the Ice Age, how do we know that we aren't the aliens that landed? Because we have nothing in common with anything else. And as much as someone says, oh, yeah, but we've evolved from the apes, you go, bullshit. So why is there still apes? If you actually get past a level of primitive, not primitive man, but what do we call it? This light beer's gone to my head. There would be no monkeys if that's where we came from. It'd be just us.
Yeah, well, I have a problem with the third law of thermodynamics. The law of increasing entropy. Nothing gets better.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Anyway, moving right along, Lewis Jameson has asked, would 2RAR be the most combative battalion?
No.
Do you mean down Butler and Flinders Street? Then you might be right. But
it could be. Reconnaissance is the opposite of fighting. It's about information. It's about staying below the detection threshold. It's about going in, getting out unseen, or going in before detection and actually claiming the piece of, whether it be... What the hell? That's Aaron. Wait 2 seconds.
you should take it.
I'll be with you in 2 seconds. Aaron.
DC, Happy New Year's, brother.
You two, you're online. Mate, we're on live now. Someone just said about aliens, and all of a sudden, and we said he would talk to you, and all of a sudden you turn up. Phoenix Knight is his name. Next year, I'd like to hear about unidentified aerial phenomena chat with Aaron Dixon and other folks.
It is my most... If there was a university degree that was to do this topic, I can guarantee you I would top the class.
Well, maybe we should get... Dicko, maybe we should...
Hey, Lauren, how you going?
Good. Maybe we should get Dicko on our little new project to do that, just that.
Yeah, he needs to come here and get involved with it because he can use his phone. We won't tell him what it's about, but he'll enjoy it. And he can,
sounds exciting.
And he can be the fourth person.
Yeah, exactly. And that could be the subject.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Well, as I say, I've pretty much spent the last 20 years of my life seriously dedicating my time to it, so there's not so many topics on this I don't know, that's for sure.
Dicko is a Space Ranger.
That's great.
Dicko's X2RR2, for those that don't know, the Dicko's in the 2nd Battalion All Australian Regiment, which is nothing like Aggies. Okay? Remember, seek out and close enemy to kill or catch him, seize and hold ground, repel attack by day and night, regardless of season or terrain, is the role of infantry. The role of the Aggies, okay, is to protect a rectangle, okay, and pass a coke through and pass a coke through a fence when infantry turn up and say, "I'll give you $3 if you give me one." Yeah.
Dan, you're going to hell forever.
we got Simon Powell here too.
Yeah, g'day, Simon. Happy New Year's, mate.
Simon used to also work with Aaron, and Aaron used to work with Simon.
That's incorrect.
Huh?
No, we never worked together. No, completely different worlds apart, man. No, I know Simon through my neighbour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, totally different worlds, man. Or different, not so much different eras, because technically probably served around the same time, but just he was in completely different places than I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you were at Studio 51.
No, I did Studio 16.
Area 51. Sorry.
I would love to have been at Area 51.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, there's way more places way crazier than Area 51, but that is how far do we delve down the rabbit hole?
I was listening to an interview with Jacques Vallée today.
Oh, you did an interview with Jacques Vallée?
Yeah, you would have loved it.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I know all about it too.
What do you mean you know all about it? Hang on, let's go back. Whoa. Back. You said you did an interview with Jacques Vallée.
I was listening to an interview with Jacques Vallée. I didn't do one.
Holy shit, I nearly fell over and passed out.
I should email him. He'd probably talk to you.
You too, Brody. See you later, buddy.
If you're connected with him, then you're seriously connected.
No, but I'm sure he's a nice chap. It was a great interview.
Really, yeah. I've heard different interviews with him throughout. He's got a new documentary coming out, I believe. I can't remember what it's called.
Exciting.
I'm getting DOMs from holding up to these phones. So next year we're going to we'll let you jump on here and talk smack about aliens.
100%.
And that's in about 4 hours.
I could speak about it for 6 days straight and not run out of information, I can guarantee you.
I know Aaron Dixon and I nearly came to blows when we were driving to Byron Bay. Because I questioned I didn't realise how strong his value system was about the aliens, and I knew nothing about it whatsoever. I honestly thought when they said, aliens are real, I've been to Mexico, I know.
You should jump down that rabbit hole one day, Kaz. You don't have to change your mind. You should at least just have a look at it.
Here's the point you're missing, Kaz. Your intuition and the way that you deal with life is in beautiful harmony within what you see as the range of things that are absolutely loving and forth-giving to other people. But what you don't realise is that the reason why we have an interest in this topic is because that part is what they talk about, missing link, everything about why we're here, the reason why we live and die, and what happens after we die. So it goes beyond everything that we just think about on this planet and this realm. It goes beyond everything that we know and understand, but it also encompasses everything that we wish to learn and understand. So that's the difference.
I don't believe anything until I see it.
This is where Dico and I differ. I don't think they're good.
No. There's good and bad. There's malevolent and there's
well, that's
non-violent.
true. All humans are good about. We're going to have a conversation about this.
Yeah.
For sure.
Oh, yeah.
Phoenix Knight, stop it. You've got him going. Listen to him. He won't be able to sleep tonight. You've just put his family through some sort of weird autistic rant that he's going to take them through now going, see, there's more of us. There's not just one. He's out there now spraying his own caravan silver so he can go to Arizona and live there.
I want to stick on there in the back of a bit of Russell Coy. That's how she rolls, baby.
PK said, Kaz, Biden's votes are all from aliens. I did. I've got to roll. I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Well, Merry Christmas, Happy Birthday, Happy New Year. Much love from all my family to all your family. And you too, Lauren. And enjoy yourselves. And hopefully I'll speak with you soon.
Hitman Aaron Dixon, you're always welcome, despite the fact that I just said, hey, look, can we go? Mate, call me tomorrow. Let's have a chat. I've had 3/4 of a mid-strength beer. I'm off my head.
Hey, I love Kaz, and I love your show, and I love everyone that's attached to it, mate, and take care, and I'll speak to you soon.
No worries, mate. Can't wait to have you in the cockpit soon.
Yeah.
Too easy.
And that's not just where Adgies sit.
Yeah.
Riding no ponies.
Okay,
See you,
dude.
mate. Take care. See you, Lauren. All the best.
Bye. We love you too,
Happy New
Dico.
Year.
Yep. Happy New Year.
We all love the dick.
Hey.
See you, buddy. KFC. It sucks.
I haven't had KFC for a long, long time.
I can't go to a food where I feel like the Colonel is telling me what I can and can't eat. Go crazy. G'day, mate. Autistic rant. Mate, my head feels like it's going crazy. I've got headphones on. I've got a microphone here. I've been up since 4 o'clock. 2 voices going, both about aliens being wrong or right. I'm like, how about we just see if they exist before we talk about what side of the politics they sit on?
You're going to love making that production so much.
Look, I find it really hard to believe anything I haven't had some sort of experience in.
I understand.
And that goes for ghosts too. I think I've been to one of the worst areas in the world, and I don't remember at any stage other than feeling dark feelings, actually seeing something that comes over, creeps over, follows me and moves a cup.
Sometimes I think you can only experience things within your own, like what you're open to experience.
Look, it's true.
Luke with a seasick cow.
Luke, have you got the voice, Luke? Can you give me a hand, solo? That's shit. Mrs. Dream tonight was stuck at work. Enjoy a cold one on me. Thanks very much, Luke. Thanks very much. I will. I'm having a mid-strength here now because Corona sold out. just like our country from our politicians. Mate, Luke, what do you do? What do you do for a crust, mate, if you don't mind me asking? If it's military, don't let me know.
Have you called your little one? Mm-mm. Okay, because we've been going, I think, for an hour now. Were you going to hop off and then hop back on, or?
I don't know. What do you want me to do? Is there anyone here that wants to come back in at 11:30 to share that moment or not?
Yeah, I will. Anyone going to come back? Or is it just going to be me and Kaz? Maybe a little earlier than 11:30 if you feel like it.
It's not too hard for me because at the end of the day, it comes down to I know there's people out there that are by themselves,
Yeah, exactly.
and I don't want you to be by yourself.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. You know, Mr. P's off to bed. Good night, Mr. P.
Nice to P.
See you, Simon. So you know, I'll come back whenever you're. What are you doing?
Yeah. My 2 seconds.
Okay.
Carl.
Welcome to the voicemail system.
She's already forgotten about me.
You know, look, Stoddy will be back. You know, I've got a bottle of a Pinot Grigio that I haven't even opened yet that I was going to open later.
Is wine a real thing?
Yes.
You know, I've tasted a lot of them. I know after you've had your first 2 glasses, the rest of them have no taste, but they all have really bad systemic headaches.
There's my son.
Where is he?
Leslie McGesley. He calls himself.
That's a good name. It sounds like someone has had too much of the sacrament.
Well, he was named by his dad, and one of his nicknames is Les, so he gets called Leslie. So he calls himself Leslie McGesley.
I'll be back on at 11:30 tonight. What's the time now?
Or you can come back a bit earlier if you like. Like I said, I will be alone here.
Yeah.
No offense,
I don't mind just staying on here. If you just want to stay on here and have...
I may have to shoot off for a little bit.
I didn't know that you had a weapon.
I'm not even going to entertain that.
Dave reckons wine is lovely. Look, I love it too. I do love it. But what I'm saying is, when you see people doing that snobbish... If it was so good, you wouldn't need 10,000 different flavours. There'd be 5.
There is a difference.
Bullshit.
No, there is a difference.
Oh, this goes well with that. You go, look, there's only one drink that goes well with food, and that's Coca-Cola.
Yeah, stay on, but if you want to stay on, you stay on, but I will have to pop off, and then I can come back a bit later.
Okay, and we can talk about any subject you want.
We've already breached that, haven't we? You know, I mean, we've already gone there. Yep. There's no, you know, with Dico, so any subject whatsoever.
It's hey, can we see any thumbs up? Has anyone here thought about ever opening a YouTube channel? Has anyone else thought about opening up YouTube channels since you've come on here and thought, oh, I could do that sort of thing? Because I'd be more than happy to help anyone with what it takes to have a few phone calls and explain the pitfalls of it. You know, if you just want to ask any questions about being a YouTuber, we can do that too. White wine is all goon.
That's not true.
You just call white wine trash.
I actually get bad headache if I drink red wine. Sometimes I can do like nice mulled wine in the winter, but red wine, but I cannot. No, I have to. My favourite is Chardonnay, or I even like champagnes.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Take that back, Carl.
When I have red, it is so heavy. You know, straight away your cheeks start going red. You think you can sing and dance, and then the rest is all regrets. It feels like a carpet's been ripped out from under your feet.
That's drunk Lauren you're describing.
One of the best places you could ever go is Harrigan's in the Hunter Valley in Singleton. And if you go to the School of Infantry, like we said before, where they have their own, where they have one of the biggest wine shows in Australia, we host that, and they have their own cellar there. You can buy a bottle of wine for $1. That's all of it is $1. Yep. So if you know what you're looking at, that's good. As a matter of fact, a pack of chips costs more behind the bar than what it does for a bottle of wine. PK says, Kaz, what do you think will happen in the US on the 6th of January, I think there's a few things that can happen.
Well,
I think, sorry.
I'll just shoot off before you start talking because this is a good subject for you to chat about. I'm just going to pop off and I'll send you a text when I'm back, okay?
Sounds great.
Okay, I'll talk to you
Excellent.
later. Bye, everyone.
Okay, but wait. I think there's a few things that can happen, mate. I think that categorically he could win. I think there's a lot of ways, and if the system worked properly and all they had to do was get rid of the dead votes, he'd already won. That's what's so weird about the system at the moment with the legal system. Not even letting him take the votes off from dead people. Not allowed to take the votes off of people who were too young to vote. Not able to take the votes off of unverified signatures. All of these things, it's such a freaky thing that it was all votes for the B man rather than the D man. Yep. I think there is levels of criminality at the highest levels in the USA if people don't want to touch it. I think that there is larger things at play with complete system takeovers. We talk about capitalism versus socialism. It's a difficult one, mate. It's a difficult one. Are people willing to sell their soul? Is there people that have sold their souls already and are trying to protect their family and have to skip the rope to the Biden administration? Who knows? Who knows, mate? I've just got a feeling he's going to win. I've never bet against him before. He's a man that I'd never bet against because he's able to take all the storms and he's never the weak link. It's always those around him which are either scared to support him or have been bought and paid for over years working as a rhino within the government system. So who knows? If he does, I think we're in for an amazing times over the next 4 years. If he doesn't, it could go the other way. Dave, send against, let's take our hats off to those military personnel who deployed to Fiji last week. I didn't even know. Construction stores water supply equipment again. Zappa's leading the way. Well done to all involved. Well done. Fiji's a lovely country and the people are lovely too. They really are. I'm going to have to go to glasses here. So for the engineers, hold fast elements that are over there. Well done. Stay safe. Don't be afraid to go out and spend some time and have some carver if you're allowed with the families. And embrace the music and the love that is there within the Fijian society and culture. They're beautiful people. And family is very, very important to them and looking after their elders as well. We can learn a lot from them. Sinai, you've got guys that just go there basically for 9 months at a time, come back, turn around, go back 9 months, and they get paid significantly less than Australia. Sometimes I wish that we'd actually take over and put some of this money into giving to the soldiers of Fiji. But then again, they can get a lot more in their country for their pay wage. I guess it's all... what do you call it? Relative to where you live. Ruben, hey Dave, is it just me or does Cat's voice sound a lot deeper? Look, mate, it's I don't know what's going on with it. We had a fair few tech issues before we came on, but we've jumped on now. At the moment, we're here to represent in the trenches with Cas, with the directors, and we're here to fill in the gap for a lot of people that can't go out tonight because of the COVID. People that may be home alone. And identify some little things after I speak to Froggy here for a second. Frogster, hey Kaz, I have my psych test on the 19th and was wondering if you have any tips for me. Psych test I don't go too far into, Foggy. The reason is you may not be the droid the military is looking for, and the last thing I want to do is give a game plan to someone, gets them through into the military that doesn't fit that glove, so to speak. So that's the one thing I prefer not to talk about, other than the fact they will ask you questions about your psychology, working with others, diversity, etc. What do you think about thoughts of taking the life of another human being, whether that be as an infantry soldier or a support element, that through the tackling of a mission you may have to be the jury and executioner of someone from an opposing force. So you've got to be able to answer that without too much gusto, but also in a way that you're mature enough to be able to handle those sort of questions, because we all know that the difficult questions, the rub point, the friction point where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. I know people hate us saying that saying, it's overused. The technical things will always happen when there is a private soldier is at the apex, and he'll be the one that ends up getting the first one speaking to civilian, okay, opposition threat, media, you name it. So it's important that everyone has the maturity and also the ability to public speak, to be able to communicate on behalf of the mission, on behalf of themselves and the Australian Army, who we represent, until they're able to pass you up the chain and it allows someone to communicate. So it's a lot more technical than some people realise. And I believe that King Carnage, I believe as well, totally. And I think Australia's got some varying implication in it as well. Jesse, I wish I had your girl. Hey, Kaz and Lauren. Hey, team, just jumped in to say hi and Happy New Year's. I wish you all the best, guys. Thanks very much, mate. And wouldn't it be good to be in an overcrowded area beside the water in this cool temperature at the moment, beside Sydney Harbour, watching one of the best fireworks displays in the world? It'd be fantastic. But apparently you're not allowed to go there because of COVID, despite the fact that we had over 1 million people at the Boxing Day shopping, and that was no drummers. Doesn't have to make sense, eh? Any chance of being pointed in the direction of mentor for SIG's intelligence? Nitro, 2 fantastic cores there. How old are you, mate? You've got Mr. Buckarooni's here. Mr. Buckaroony was in SIGs. He made it all the way to SSM, Warrants of Class 2. Intelligence, another great one, right? Both of those cores I wouldn't recommend to very young people. I'd want you to be at least 22, 23, 24 and upwards. And for intelligence, I'd want you to be at about 25 upwards. Because there's a level of, it's small team basis. It needs a lot of maturity. It needs people skills. It needs analytical skills. It also needs people that are calm. Not someone who's chasing adventure, trying to make things exciting. You don't go there for excitement. You go to infantry. You go to cavalry for excitement. You go to intelligence because there is something about you that is able to dig deep, to analyse, to be able to unpack complex situations. Yeah. I'd love to go to intelligence. Where are we? Mr. Buckaroony, Happy New Year's, mate. And I hope that your charity stream went pretty well, mate. I saw the people with the shirts. They look pretty happy, eh? You're a good egg, mate, and I hope you have a great year. And we've tried to say to everyone that we believe that 2021 is going to be a good year. However, expect chaos. Expect chaos. Kaz, as 2020 comes to an end, just wanted to say thank you to you and Lauren for all the work you do in putting the streams on. AK says hi. Sorry, aside, says hi too, is on leave, back home for a few more weeks. Guys and gals, honestly, all we are is the microphone. We are supporting a massive group of subscribers, that are inside a herd mentality of common sense. The fact that we can have streams like this and almost go completely without thumbs down, without trolls, and when they are, they're dealt with not only by moderators, but also other people within the chat that don't accept nonsense. It's really, really good. And Joe Moyle, how you going, mate? All the best to have you here, boss. Hope you're having a good time still in Queensland, mate. What do we got? Sick man, love working with intelligence. Yeah, they were pretty freaky dudes. But fun dudes. I taught them unarmed combat, and I tell you what, some of those guys would have had a hard time hanging their laundry out. But they were great people. They had great attitudes. Daz New Year's. Cook and Fire is officially burning. Lauren, she's here listening, stuffing her face with crisps. They're chips in Australia, you British git. I'm going to show you something fantastic here. And you can only get these in Canberra. If you're in Canberra, the ACT, the breaker of every rule that what it sets on others throughout Australia, the puppet master, so to speak, check this out for a thing of beauty while we talk about food, cuisine, better than red wine, Carl P. I got this today. I need to find out what the restaurant is. I can actually probably ring him up now if I want to. Picture this. This is a breakfast menu too. Breakfast team. Breakfast. I don't even eat it, but I will for this. These glasses hurt me. I could never be a secretary. And no sunshine when she's gone. Here it is. Okay. Bam. Check this out. This is in Canberra. Breakfast. Garlic, chili, prawn, tacos. $12 each. And the same place does Moreton Bay Bugs tacos as well. And they're $28 for two. Mate, that is fantastic. Absolutely scrumptious. I might even have a picture of those here. Said Moreton Bay Bug tacos. I'm looking past all that. People send me porn. I don't know why. You go and stop it. I've seen it before. Where are we? Big seafood eaters, put your thumbs up. You know, one of the few creatures like fish that shouldn't go to school at all. It's not good for them. Mr. Buckaroony. Sabaton is very good. What's that? Yeah, Dave, I'm gonna cook it tomorrow. I've got the prawns downstairs. The ones that did go to school, they're green prawns. Any other colour would be considered racist, but green is fine. Until aliens are on Earth. And then all of a sudden, they'll be considered racist as well, I reckon. No, I haven't listened. Hey, Kaz, ever listened to Sabaton? I haven't. I've never even heard of it before. There you go, son. Buckaroony loves from Sabaton. I'm always up for new things. Not foods, but I've been on this planet long enough, you know, that I know what I like the taste of, and there's no point in me dilly-dallying around trying something new when I can have something I bloody love. You know, Mr. Buckaroony's had more time and change on this planet than I have, and he'd be able to tell you too, there's no point in getting off the lounge for something that you don't know automatically makes you happy. He likes to travel around the countryside, ask the Buckaroony. If he doesn't pay for the throat singing, he doesn't get it, Mum. Is this Mongolian singing? Sort of Yiddish? Well, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, Kaz. I'm off to ride my motorbike to celebrate the New Year coming. Foggy, listen to me, mate. I'm not trying to be weird, but as soon as you wrote that, mate, about your bike, I just had a bad premonition, man. I just got a bit of a heebie-jeebie. How about you leave the bike at home tonight, mate? Wait till tomorrow. Every dickhead under the sun is going to be out ignoring whatever rules are out there. This is not the night you want to be on your bike. If you're going to have a beer, have a beer. I wouldn't be on the road, mate. The cops are going to be looking for some revenue. The dickheads are going to be looking for someone to race. And there's going to be accidents and incidents. I don't know, man. I just had a bad feeling. Don't take your guns to town, son. Leave your guns at home. Tips on increasing push-ups. Doing push-ups, mate. That's it. I do 100 a day. Every single day. 100 a day. Now, the tips that I'd give for push-ups, how I got past 100 in 2 minutes, was what I'd do is 5 days a week. You know, I'd do in, because I was also doing a lot of interval training as well as also doing PT every single day. But what I'd do is I'd have days where I'd get down and do maximum push-ups until I can't do any more. And I mean no resting whatsoever. And you do that on the same minute every single hour for 8 hours of the workday. So push-ups aren't just about your chest, aren't just about your back, aren't just about your traps, aren't just about your triceps and the different push-ups you can do. It's also about your not just deltoids, but also your abdominals. Being able to maintain that position, your transverse abs. So it's good to also do a lot of platforming as well. If you can platform for over 3 minutes, then you won't feel like you need to rest with your bum in the air in the holosolar position as often as what you would if you can't do it. Because as soon as you've got your ass in the air, you're getting push-ups told, no, don't count that one. And then before you know it, your arms are fatigued. You've only got 3 or 4 left. Once your creatine phosphate levels have gone and your anterior deltoids are blown, and you're done. Good night to be out bush with a beer and a fire, absolutely, where the dickheads can't find you. I saw before, Carl P. Well, that's what I thought, Kaz. Mr. Buckaroony would be able to tell you too. I reckon anyone with some years under their belt would tell you, do not ride a motorbike on New Year's Eve. There's no reason to do it, plenty of reasons not to. It's good to see you think the same, Carl. It was just a really weird feeling came over me when he said it. Here we go. Bench press is really, really good too for push-ups. High reps. Just put 20 kilos on each side and punch out as many as
Welcome
you
to
can.
the voicemail system.
Can I get a chili, garlic chili, tacos, prawn to my house, please? Thank you. Bye. It is, you're right, Mr. Buckaroony. I got rid of my bike. As soon as I had my daughter, I was like, this doesn't make sense. I didn't have faith in the front tyre. I just Caddy 748. And honestly, it's a phase. Yeah. What do we got there? Cookie Monster agree, Mr. Buckaroony. Yeah, Lauren, good conversation starter. Lot 7, where is he? Hey, Lauren, after watching your video, I was talking to a mate who knows a Raffy who was an IT 99 up at Williamtown. Fantastic spot just around the house, corner from my place. Was deployed in Afghanistan the same year, but then was discharged for medical. I don't know. A lot of RAF actually get out. I know that every case is a different case, but for people who don't go outside the wire, I don't understand why the figures are so high. I'll stick to having 4 wheels on the ground. Is Lauren? It's don't buy a Raptor then. It does. It is Lauren. It's nice here in Wolf Creek, as Cass calls it. We're gearing up for some serious grilling on the coals. Oh, I just got excited then because Coles, those same letters, make cola, Coca-Cola. The real Leslie McGesley. Kaz, I'm legitimately surprised you haven't heard Sabaton. I probably will when I actually hear it. I'll go, okay, gotcha. I had a couple of close calls and lost my nerve. It happens as we get older, doesn't it, Buck? Whereas your sense of living forever starts to disappear, and you've already been in pain before, and you also, when you know that some young bucks that were cream of the crop, so to speak, didn't make it out and had some horrific injuries or lost their lives, you start to get a little bit smarter when you get older. Or you have more responsibility for other people inside your agency. Sammy Bucko, I sold my motorbike a few years ago. Too many idiots on the road. Yep. And there's also a lot of the road rules. On a bike, you should be able to ride 15 to 20 Ks faster than what a car is, and that should be legal. Because defensive riding, they're not necessarily being dickheads. They're actually riding to suit the traffic. And the other one is they can brake a lot harder. The last thing you want when you're going the same speed as other cars is to put your brakes on. You can stop a dime and then end up, I was texting at the same time, P-plating Laura, who goes up your ass and then sends you into the Mack truck, who's doing its UPS bloody delivery of Christmas. and then just saying it was an accident and getting off with nothing. Yeah, do it on the dirt, but a lot of injuries there too. Kaz, you're right, mate. Away from the hustle and drama, no politics. Look, I've seen and had so many friends. The two of the most dangerous days of the year for young men is New Year's, and young girls too, I guess, and Anzac Day. They're the 2 days where people that are absolutely responsible 364 days, 3 days the rest of the year, no drummers, but then they go out with people that don't normally go out. Anzac Day draws a crowd that don't normally go out. New Year's Eve draw a crowd that don't normally go out. And when these crowds are near each other, then all you need is the dickhead from each group, okay, to try to over-represent their capabilities, and then before you know it, everyone's entangled in some sort of situation, and the good Samaritan, the guy that's trying to keep his mate out of it, is always the one that gets blindsided or gets a police record or ends up DUI, not because he was going to drink and drive, but because of the pressure. We can't wait for a taxi. They said an hour before a taxi gets here. Okay, which one is it? Paper, scissors, license gone. Nothing. Not much comes out of New Year's Eve. Not much at all. Go to a pub that puts on a meal, stay at the one pub, do not move the entire night. Look out, he's going to his second mid-strength beer. Mr. Buckering, I know what you're thinking. Kaz, you're not mature enough for that. What am I drinking? Summer Bright. I've said it twice on this stream, but Corona has been sold out where I am in Penrith, Western Sydney, and so is our country at the moment by our politicians, I believe. So Sabaton is a Swedish power metal band. Oh, okay, about military history. I feel awkward right now because the only bike accident I've seen was my brother riding into a bush. My sister, God bless her soul, before she lost her life, I loved her. Her name is Trina. She actually she was the worst driver ever. Couldn't drive a finger up her nose. And she ran into a P-plater who was actually a learner doing their lesson. You can't get much worse than that. And she ran into a tree too while she was parking. David Penson from Vietnam says it's got to be bacon and egg roll. A little bit of cheese on there, some barbecue sauce, pretty good too. That's because your mum is about the safety. Leslie McGasley. Study, medic. Did you Google Stone Island? I'm not sure what that one's about. I'm up a Cooper's Pale Ale, mate. There you go. I gave up the piss basically 4 years ago and only had drinks on Anzac Days, Bucko. And that was because, one, we used to drink a lot, too much, and two, the uglier side comes out, and the last thing I wanted to get used to was drinking while being home alone. You know what I mean? Not just responsibilities of being able to look after a daughter, but when you're telling everyone that, you're out of the military for mental health reasons, and you don't have someone beside you to keep things in check, so to speak. You can get yourself in your mind in a really shit area where you feel alone, where you can convince yourself the world doesn't need you, so to speak. And the alcohol is a depressant, as we know. So if you're by yourself, try and steer clear of the drinks. I'm not by myself. I'm with 44 people sitting in a room. Go crazy. Mate, you can talk about fighting sport in the Australian military. I know you can play a sport like footy, but how about boxing or BJJ? That's a great question. Go crazy. And not too cow to you, White Warrior, which suits this comment. Thank you very much, mate. I'm going to buy my dog some vegan sausage with that. maybe not. Maybe some shampoo for his little back. You can get to do boxing or BJJ. BJJ, you don't need any permission for if it's on base. Boxing, you normally do, because if you bust your nose and can't go outfield, etc., or you're getting injured with a civilian in a civilian agency, Scorpio Lodge, whatever you want to call it, up in Townsville. They need to know about it. But you can go and get permission, and they might say yes, they might say no, right? If you are told you can't do something and you still go against those orders, then what happens is you can completely waive anything to do with free medical if you sustain an injury in that role. And you'll get charged as well. Can end up in a military jail. Daz, Mr. Buckaroo, hope you had a great Christmas, mate. Those chicken wings you did, he's a cook, mate. You looked amazing. I'm all about cooking on the coals with friends and family. We have the best country to enjoy it in. We do. We've got a lovely country. We've got a bloody lovely country. It's worth fighting for. I just wish our leaders were more leaders and less managers. Managers. I'm asking, what is your favourite hotbox meal? Oh, I'm not a fan of really any of them. No, I don't think I liked any of them. You do at the time, but I'm not a breakfast man at all. It was always some sort of goulash where you couldn't actually figure out what meal it was. Probably lasagna. But the slab was always so small, you're always hungry. The whole point about being a soldier is we're never going to fill your guts. The last thing we want to do is fill your guts and then have you bloody going to sleep on us. Lewis Jameson. I read Battle Scars by Jason Fox. He was in the British SBS. He told an incredible story. He battled depression and PTSD. Louis, it's a battle that'll go your whole life, mate. Because what it does, it completely changes the way you think about things. It's a tough one. And when people talk about things, you can feel the smells, the sensations. It takes us back there where someone else is just hearing a story. So two people are having a completely different experience while the same communication is occurring. It's a very difficult situation to talk about. Mike Tyson, I learnt a lot from watching him do his public speaking, where he said, "What's this, Bucko?" Mike Tyson, his wife, she actually used to speak about him. He lost his child, got killed in an accident, and I believe he was there. And when his child died, when people had him, when he was speaking at events, that basically what occurred was he would talk about, but in his mind, he would project the words, completely disassociate himself from the story so he didn't go through the emotions. It was like he was talking as a third-party perspective, and I can do that. One time I can't do that is when I read any of the poetry that you can see on the board behind me, which is behind those blankets, the poems that I wrote. And I wrote those poems about PTSD, about the weary warrior, the wounded warrior, in perspective from a Roman's perspective, when he can't hold his shield up anymore. One's on PTSD about when the blue flag was waving from the Kabayo massacre in Rwanda. There's all different poems. The Immortal Three about Benjamin Chuck, about Scotty Palmer, and about Tim Appleton when they lost their lives in Afghanistan. Each one of the poems has meanings behind it, which is very self-explanatory. But I read that, I crack. It just gets me every time. Yeah. Mr. Buckaroony, Flash, mate. Flash. Ha! Boy, son, Dave D. I heard someone pass the cook's course. Buckley left the army before serving a meal. Well, what I feel sorry for cooks is those poor bastards, they never get thanked because they're out the back, and when they do their food, when you've worked at the OR's mess, you'll hate catering call for the rest of your life because they used to treat you like a slave while you worked there, despite the fact there were civilians there who got the easy jobs, like checking passes, all that sort of crap. And the cooks would burn the food and we'd have to clean it all. And sometimes the cooks would be knocking off before we would. And we were infantry that also did guard duties on top of that. QM's work parties and all the other shit. But when you see people basically stirring food with an oar, it's hard for them to make it fine dining. But I tell you what, when you do the formal dining components within the sergeant's mess or the officer's mess or a formal dining in night, even as a private or corporal to sergeant's messes, where there is a table set out for dead soldiers, you know, where he still gets his wine, still gets his food, and his name gets called out, toast to the Queen. The formalities, dressed up. It's fantastic. There is nothing like it anywhere else in Australia. It's the only organisation that does it. And you feel special. But there's always someone that stuffs up. Always. Isn't there, Bucko? At formal dining in night, there's always someone with an axe to grind, and that person, more often than not, ends up in the cells, the jail. Do you know what happens when you get arrested in the army, Tim? What's it? Oi! thought I was up for a brouhaha then. Holy shit, team. Are we still there? Guys, basically what happened was, and I'll give you a tip. Don't go to people's house in Western Sydney and knock on the door like you've got a problem. That was my little daughter. She's never once ever come over at night time, and she just came and knocked on the door, and at the same time you could hear some people across the road having a tiff. So I'm downstairs getting ready to put the hands up and lose a fight with whoever it is. My heart is going. I thought it was on. Wait a second. You know that feeling when it's an anticlimax, but you're already good to go? I was in fight mode then.
Hello.
Hey, I need to relax a bit.
That was very exciting. We thought we were getting swatted.
Oh, imagine that.
Yeah.
I thought I was going downstairs to clean someone up then, because I thought it was going to be someone, because my light was on outside.
Yeah.
I always leave it on when it's special nights like this, so that people feel there's somewhere safe to go to, like a mozzie on a boat.
Exactly.
And no one has ever banged on my door before. And so when I heard it, after we've just been speaking about dickheads...
It was almost a policeman's knock.
Yeah, that's it. SRN, he's here. That adrenaline dump is a hard thing to come down from.
Actually, no.
Especially
Vigilant, yeah.
if you don't choose flee and you go to fight so quickly, it is hard to come down from. And I'm already a catastrophizer, so I already go to red line straight away. But
You're right.
it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful. It's just beautiful hugs with my little girl.
I see that's nice. Just some yoga breaths now, in through your nose and out through your mouth.
What are you saying about my nose?
No, just take some nice yoga breaths.
What was I going to say?
I don't know. It's probably all gone because of that.
Does anything good happen other than the fireworks on New Year's Eve? Pretty much nothing, is there? It is an opportunistic time for the underbelly of society to basically feast on the unwilling or the unknowing.
Yeah, I think so too. But don't. I'm sure there's some people who look across the room at a party and meet the love of their life, and
Oh no, but that's okay. But
yeah, then you've got all the other problems. Daz and I are both curious about what was going on across the road.
all you can hear is a guy and a girl going hammer and tong over there yelling at each other.
It's New Year's Eve, folk. Why can't they just have a nice time?
Because it's like we just said, this is the time where people start drinking early. The expectation, even on New Year's Eve, hibiscus. How you going, you lovely flower? Great to have you here. I was just hugging my daughter, and Achilles, I'll be washing his butt tomorrow. He always gets in the bath, and then he jumps on Aaliyah, put him on my bed. He looked like Chappelle Corby trying to hide drugs. He was under the blanket, under the pillow, rolling around, like a parachute accident gone wrong.
Yeah.
What happened then, Kaz? Bucko, you know exactly what I'm talking about here, mate. When you get your adrenaline goes through the goddamn roof in a split second, how hard it is to come down when that adrenaline dump occurs.
Yeah.
Because I'm in the Bronx, basically here, I don't even know why we're here and not Coffs Harbour. I don't know why anyone would choose Penrith over Coffs Harbour, or the Sandon River, for that matter. But basically, it was me daughter, the first time ever, coming around, knocked on the door like she was after Ben Cousins, and
good policeman's knock.
yeah, it was, and I thought it was on. So I was yelling already on the way down the stairs. Basically, normally, watch the language, team, cover your ears if you're young. But normally, if a knock happens at all by it's dark, I normally yell out, "Fuck off!" And so that people, oh, okay, and at least that's like firing a shot back at them to make them go, oh, you didn't have to talk that way. Go, never come to someone's house at night time unannounced in Sydney. You know, because I'm going to open the door prepared.
Okay.
Fly, look at this name, Flies as Big as Cats.
Yeah, it sounds like up north.
Can you subscribe to the channel? We haven't got flies as big as cats here. I want to see your name come up.
Yeah, we need some.
I reckon that's a changed name. That's
Possibly.
yeah.
Speaking of changed names, Nitro Fee, who used to be Fiona but don't tell anyone,
Okay.
said, are you allowed to continue to do personal training while at basic? And she's talking specifically about her martial arts.
Nope, nothing. No.
Right. There you go.
You will have a fitness regime that is put down there, and you cannot do anything in and around it. You know, because every day you don't know what the next PT session is. Everything's there for a reason. At Kapooka, not so much, really. Not so much. But when you get to School of Infantry, you're going to have times when you've got DOMs, delayed onset muscle soreness, where you feel like a kangaroo or a bloody Tyrannosaurus Rex, where your arms feel that short, you can't even lift shit up. And the last thing you want to do is cane yourself and then the next day turn up unprepared and have the PTI say, is there anyone here that has any ailment or illness that may preclude them from giving their best efforts today? Because if you're out of training for 48 to 72 hours, you're done. See you later. Gone. They don't wait for you. They don't retrain you. You're gone. Hey, flies as big as cats. Welcome to the voice of the people, mate. Can we get some thumbs up there for the flies as big as cats? I actually just meant subscribe, mate. You didn't have to become a member, but thank you very much.
That's awesome.
Nutsu Cow.
Yeah, your last chance to become a member in 2020.
It is. It could be the very last member of 2020.
Yeah.
Unless an American joins tomorrow. Is this such a weird thing that tomorrow we actually get to be able to ring Ed and go, oh, we can tell you what it's like to be in 2021 already?
Yeah, we totally should. He sent me an email asking when we were going to have another meeting. And I just said, I don't know, but we totally should do it while he's still in the Europe. Yes, land.
Isn't it weird? But it's such a weird concept. It's like you almost know the other country's lotto numbers.
Yeah. Friday's crap, just stay in bed.
Hibiscus. Hey up there. We'll work out another backdrop. So I've got a completely different experience team. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that, cats. Flies as big as cats. Look at the welcome you're getting there, mate. It looked like hitchhikers until Wolf Creek came out. Are everywhere.
Exactly.
Do you know the thing that really intrigues me these days is the Molat family. That Ivan Milat, they should have been able to put him on a rack and cut him to pieces to find out. There's no way they found them all.
No, not absolutely not. There's something gone terribly wrong in that family for sure.
What about his nephew?
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, it would suck to be a normal person in that family. Could you even stay normal? Makes you wonder what all their childhoods and that, what are their family get-togethers like?
It's terrible.
Yeah, these things don't happen in a vacuum.
Where are we?
I'm loving Jay Hayes doing a classic cow count for tonight. Cows at the front door. Classic cow count is now at 4.
This is for cats as big as flies. Flies as big as cats. I found it.
I accept.
Normally it's a kraken, mate. Normally it's a kraken, but you got the Nutsu Cow, the traditional, the first one. It's great to have you here. Hopefully, the new spin we're about to put on for you guys that you might be able to see tomorrow is actually going to tickle your fancy, bring some excitement, rejuvenation, show we're moving forward, where you can see the channel moving forward in a different way that I think that, pardon me, a lot of you are really going to like. What do you reckon, Lauren?
I hope they like it because we had a lot of fun.
Yeah. I can tell Carl P's thinking, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I'm excited about it.
That's for Carl P. I hope everyone, I've only done Daz and Canon Peppers for the photo request so far. For those guys that don't know me, if I look like I'm a little bit short on the fizz at the moment, that's because I've been up since 4 o'clock this morning. I drove down to the Grand Pacific Drive to go down and get some photos, which I'm dedicating photo shoots to people that we've actually got in our Patreon. And one of the things that's really interesting that a lot of people don't understand when they go, oh, but the mobile phones are as good as DSLRs, etc. these days, and digital cameras, is they're not. Okay, the color science is excellent in the new Apple phones, especially the Pros, the 11s, the 12s, etc. But as soon as you crop a picture, it goes to shit. Okay? The difference is when you use a DSLR, you know how to use it, or a digital camera, and you know how to use it. When you take a photo, and the bigger the sensor, the better, the more megapixels, especially if it's not low light, okay, then what occurs is you can get more detail out through the f-stops. So that within a photo, what you can do is you can crop down and take a portion of that photo out, which still can be crystal clear. Or you can do long exposures using, not lens covers. I did some today, some long exposures of the ocean. But don't go for that misty look. The misty look, I believe, is way overdone, especially in landscape photography. But what happens is if you do 0.5 of a second, as opposed to just an instant click and you've got the photo, you get all the drama, the shape, the sharp points, and the chaos of the water. It's absolutely amazing. Amazing. I'm not a photography channel, but I do like going out and getting photography done for people.
Photos. Your photos are lovely.
PK. Thank you, Lauren. PK, Kaz, how long does it take to get to the sergeant's rank? It takes 6 months to get to the sergeant's rank. So when you get the private beside your name, 1 month. Okay. Then you go to Lance Corporal a month later, Section Commander a month later, and then 6 months total before you're a sergeant. So we should be seeing people sergeants really, really soon.
Look at Dave D there. He cracked a funny.
What did he say?
He said about 10 years, PK. I think that one is already.
And even if you're a sergeant 10 years, I'd almost say that's too early, you know. There seems to be, if you want rank, become an officer. You know, if you want to know your trade back to front, don't be an NCO and take your time getting there. Learn your trade as you go. And then when you get out, go and open up a coffee van and your life should be bloody awesome. I took my time. I really took my time. I pushed subject courses away. You know, I spent way too long as a Lance Corporal. I didn't spend as much time as I wanted as a Session Commander. And then I spent more than 8 years as a Sergeant. Absolutely loved it because I took my time, you know. It's always a little bit weird when someone's really ambitious as an NCO. You're going, why did you just become an officer if you wanted that? Yeah. Because there's so much diversity in roles, jobs, instruction, equipment, exchanges, etc. that you can do. You know, you miss out on some of the best stuff when you're just trying to get to the top instead of enjoying and fermenting in the mateship and experiences and the actual adventure of actually being in the role. Here's another one I would have quickly wanted to say. Lots of love, Jay Hayes, TLC. Jay.
They're having fun.
Don't get chased. Okay.
They're mixing up song lyrics.
I am like a sieve when it comes to remembering lines, other than I wish I had Jesse's girl.
Then I just like ad-lib the rest.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
One of my fears with the younger generation these days, especially the ones that get told, because the people that go for the army, they tend to have their head screwed on. They're ready to commit themselves to something. But one of my fears is there's people that are getting told at young ages now, whether it be come from institutions, whether it be teaching, whether it be you name it, do this, do that, family, friends, etc., circles that want to tear down people's dreams, callings, etc. Now, you've got to really take into account that 80% of relationships fail. You know, they do. Whether you like it or not, these days, either instituted by the girl or instituted by the guy, it can happen. If all of you've ever done is try to make a relationship work and did something that just pays the bill so you can be near that person and then it goes to shit, you know, you can be left very, very hollow and you can't go backwards. If you make the best version of you and you're willing to travel, you're willing to take a partner with you, you're willing to love someone unconditionally, yeah, and accept them for who they are, etc., and vice versa, and meet each other in the center, the best thing you can achieve in this life is a happy marriage or a happy relationship where you both have the best versions of yourself involved. And the best way to achieve that is by having less partners, you know.
Yeah, really getting to know the person first.
Well,
Because it would just be foolish to, like, be unconditional with people who don't really know what their worst is. You know, you have to have boundaries, and the longer you spend to get to know someone, then you're going to know if they're going to, you know, cross your boundaries or not. You do have to, you know, you've got to be fussy, folks.
you do. And something that we'd never heard of in our age, PK, tell us if you'd ever heard this before. I'd never heard of pair bonding. I'd never heard of that, like two parrots come together, roadkill, not so much. They make life, so to speak. You know, there's a lot of animals that do that. Humans are not geared to be with one person all their life. We're not. Otherwise, we wouldn't have laws to try and make it happen. Joy, Danger Zone. How you going, mate? It's been a long time. Joy of the Jungle. He's going to be pilot, I think. But pair bonding, the more people you're with, the harder it is for you to identify the greatness in the individual you're with. They just become another name, another notch. But there's no light at the end of the tunnel. There's no magic number where someone's going to come in and go, Willy Wonka ticket for you. You know, your mates aren't going to be proud of you. But what you can end up doing is ending up with nothing, you know, or anyone in your life. Or the word gets out, the reputation, this one's a tomcat, he's not going to hang around. And all of a sudden, your mates, girls, all that sort of stuff, I don't know.
Yeah, you can lose a lot in a badly chosen relationship. So, you know, take your time, don't rush, really get to know someone. You know, don't rush into committing to someone just because you're going to, like, Kapuka or something like that. Don't do that mistake.
Yeah, you just want to have a life. When you get to 40, you should be able to look back and say, here's a list of the amazing things I've done. Because it doesn't happen after 40. It doesn't. Make the decisions, follow your dreams. It doesn't have to be geared, pushed by financial requirement at all. Imagine the people that are the photographers, the journalists for David Attenborough. You know, imagine the life they live. You know, sitting in lobbies in between, filming through remote camera stations in adverse conditions, and they read out, okay, Jay, you're going to be covering, imagine the assignments they come out, I'm about to talk smack here for a while because we've been on here for a while. Imagine they come out and they go, we have the assignments for the next 6 months. Listen in, no talking. Lauren, you'll be covering the migration of the American bison. And you're going, yeah, okay, yeah. And people around are going, yeah, cheers, good. Lauren hasn't been here that long, but that's not bad. The bison, nice. Next, we have the Galapagos tortoise. And that's going to Jay Hayes. And he's going, that's going to be fairly easy for me. I can do that while I'm pissed. Okay, yeah, not too bad. I want to get back away from the wife as well. Okay, good. Does it pay well? Yeah, good. Okay, you can do that. And then all of a sudden they go, next is going to be the slow-moving Amazonian slug. And everyone's like, bullshit. Michael stopped. And you're like, hey, yes, young man, yes. I'm 47. You're young compared to me and to the Galapagos tortoise. You know, that's what the army's like. You want to go and be a signalman? No? Good. That's your job now. I don't know where this was going.
Yeah.
Carl reckons another marathon's dream. Look, I'm the victim here. I'm trying to get you through this lonely adventure.
Come on now. You're not the victim. You say lots of things you shouldn't.
Sometimes. You just got to say a lot of them and strap them together. So people go, did he just say that? And then you say something else, and they go, what is he saying about sailors? You know, that guy's talking about brown paper bags off reservations, crazy, disabled, all sorts of stuff.
Hey, now come on.
I won't let the
Out of the brown paper bag.
that's it. You'll understand what we're talking about very soon, team. We're just sprinkling hints here.
Teasing you.
Tickle. Hibiscus. You will be working on the non-moving ant.
Someone's got to do the gooey duck.
I'm not doing the gooey duck. I'd
Yeah,
quit.
you can do that. And cats, the gooey duck.
I just the mating of the gooey duck.
Yeah. I want to know. I want to know how it works.
Daz, it's good to be here, mate. Look, at the end of the day, I had a good day already. You know, to get out there and be amongst the ocean. It didn't rain on me until I got back to the car. You know, the coffee was great. I ended up going and having a gourmet. Someone called it gourmet. I felt like going, you dumb bastards.
Yeah, you idiot.
It's gourmet. I can spell.
Everyone knows.
And I went out of coffee with this man for ages until a mustachio guy turned up and tried to steal me thunder. Yeah. Yeah. I just sense right now there's someone saying it's not my fault in the back of a paddy wagon. What do you reckon the chances of that at the moment?
There'll be heaps. There'll be some sovereign citizens in the back of paddy wagons too by now.
There's someone who's never been to the gym who's just ripped his shirt off and then lost a fight
Yep.
and made himself look even worse. Yeah. Never take your shirt off until you win, team.
That's good advice.
Kaz, would you get an Army Medic course credits if you'd done some uni paramedic studies? I don't know how that would work. It's PK, it all comes down to controlled drugs, working and administering controlled drugs. I'd have to absolutely say yes. There'd be course accreditations for that. And the reason why I say that is because when we go to Army Reserve from the medical fraternity, they bring a lot of their... they even get poached for operational trips because of their military meshed with their medical training. So, yeah, I'd say yes.
Oh, there you go. Pfizer Fitness Cats was Gooey Duck Chuck. He's got a lot of names. He's known by a lot of names in here.
There he is, the man of many names.
Yeah.
Are you sure you're not from the red corn chip? I bought some barbecue corn chips downstairs because I'm always chasing the dragon for the very first ever corn chips that came out, which were barbecue flavoured CCs. Here's one for the younger guys and gals. Hibiscus, did you know that when CCs first came out, they were considered to be so disgusting, smelling like frickin' mice, that no one wanted to eat them, so they were free when they came to Australia at Nathan Plaza before it was called Stockland Plaza in Townsville. So they just put boxes and boxes and boxes of these out. There were two flavours. One was cheese and one was barbecue. Barbecue went to go on to be my very favourite, in my top three of crisps. My top three crisps, chips, delicious bite-sized saucy snacks go in this order. Tubes, and I was there for version 1 of Tubes.
I've never had a tube.
Good, because it's a curse. And then there was the stacks of snacks that went out of circulation about 42 years ago. and then there was the barbecue CC.
You know what I like? Those really, like, were they ruffles or something where they were cut really... They were, kind of
They were called lattice, and they were the tomato sauce flavoured.
I don't know. No, I think
I am a connoisseur of the crisp.
They were ordinary crisps. They were ordinary. They had all the flavours, but they were like cut different, and I liked the texture.
Tubes is the hibiscus. You're right. When they came with a big packet, I used to eat those delicious bite-sized saucy snacks, where you push them through the your tongue pushes them up to the roof of your mouth, crushes it. You can't even get through a packet if you're eating them correctly. So the spice, MSG, goes straight to your brain. Fantastic.
Mr. P's really going to bed.
Mr. P,
Sleep well.
I'll talk to you next year. We'll talk to you next year, mate. You have a great sleep, and it's great to see you with your feet still in the stirrups, mate. Good on you. Mucho respect, Mr. P, for who you are, what you do. You're the best timekeeper ever.
Yeah, he really is.
What is the name of the creature that was addicted to Smith's crisps?
The gobble dog.
Yep.
And Jay Hayes has said cheese and bacon balls. You know, when I was a kid, they used to be called Fonzies.
Yeah, they were. They were beautiful.
Yeah, you used to get them in show bags. You couldn't actually buy them. You'd have to get them in show bags, Fonzies.
Because they're the few chips that actually come in a packet that doesn't suddenly half inside once you actually let the air out of the bag.
I've got a burger ring story.
Good.
You know, I used to love burger rings. My boys think this is hilarious. And one day I found what I thought was a chunk of just pure burger ring goodness in there, right?
Yeah.
And I made the mistake of biting into it. It was essence of burger ring, and it was disgusting, and I've never eaten a burger ring since.
Really?
Yeah.
You need to go back in slowly. Go and get the ones at Aldi's. They're very similar.
We don't have an Aldi's. I don't think I could. I just don't think I could. It was too much. It was like, obviously, something had gone wrong in production, and there was a big chunk of, like, a cube of, like an OXO cube of flavour in there. And I thought it was going to be great, and I gave it a taste, and it was bad.
They had them with tubes. Sometimes you'd get that, what looks like a, what would you call it? It looked like a toenail from a... It looked like a gypsy's toenail, you know. And I'd savour it, and then I'd eat it, and you'd be like, oh, yeah. You don't find that every day.
See, Hibiscus, I used to love burger rings. They used to be my favourite, but now I can't even. I haven't for years, ever since that incident.
They're a great chip, PK. I also like the kettle chili chip, but the next day, you actually feel like you've had contraband come out your jacksie. You know, it hurts.
I like them, Rob Kent, the French fries. I like them. Yeah, I like Samboy barbecue as well. I haven't had Samboy chips for a long time.
The Samboys were good. Do you just want to know something really, really, really unsexy at the moment?
What's unsexy?
I've got a lower bowel disease. It's a public holiday tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I've got no toilet rolls.
Oh, what? You don't?
I live on the edge, man.
You need to be organised. Yeah, the flavour fucking hit me that day, Dave. The burger rings. How did that happen? Do you not do a stock take?
No, I was taking photos for days. Priorities, baby.
Oh,
Patreon comes first.
What are you going to do? You're going to be washing your own butt, never mind the dog.
Yeah, but you know what? I know that the toilet doesn't absorb paper towel, but nothing cleans the jacksie in one wipe like paper towel. There's bumped taste buds on it. It's gone in one hit.
It's too rough. Surely you
No
can't.
way. It's a way of life.
If you use wet wipes, Jay Hayes, they've got to be the special ones that you can flush.
Wait 2 seconds. I've got some chips downstairs. I'm going to do a taste test right now because this may be a gift that you guys go to, I think it's Woolworths. Wait 2 seconds.
Okay.
We'll do the taste test live.
Rob Kent, that is foul. I'm glad you're back
Thank you.
because things are getting weird in the chat.
What happened?
Things went from poo to kind of sexy talk, and it went weird.
Are you watching the screen at the moment, Lauren?
Yeah, I'm watching the screen.
What do you say?
Who, me?
Oh, I'm just holding up this pig's ear.
Oh, hang on, just wait. I've got a little lag, remember? Here, you've just come back in this on the screen.
That's Achilles' present tomorrow.
Oh, he'll love it.
He will. So, team, listen to them. They sound good. These are from, I believe it's Woolworths in the, I don't have anything organic other than conversation.
And what are that?
They claim to be spicy barbecue flavoured corn chips. So what we're going to do, so you can see, not opened, never seen it before. Listen to that, it's like ASMR.
Yucky, organic.
Sorry?
They're kind of yucky. Organic chips.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I only have two.
Pretty fancy.
I only have two because there looks to be a fair bit of spice. Oh, and I am going to be making, with no toilet rolls in the house at a public holiday tomorrow, garlic, chili, prawn, and chive tacos. But I forgot to get the tortillas today.
Yeah, well, you forgot something else.
So
Yeah,
I'll be eating a humble pie. Here we go.
if you'd gotten tortillas, you could have used them instead of your DP.
It's true. What if this ended up being the nicest chip I've ever had in my life?
Give it a whirl, it might be. Well, what's the verdict?
Really bland. Good crunch texture. I've had worse.
Is that a good or is that?
I think they're a safe packet to have up the back of the cup that no one else knows about. So in emergencies or blackouts, you could scoff on them.
Yeah, just keep them in the.
And they look like a packet of something that you wouldn't want. It looks like, I don't know.
I was just eating some Smith's salt and vinegar before.
They're not too bad. They're too far done. Out of 10 Ks.
I don't need anything fancy.
Hibiscus, we're about to learn something here. I'm going to pass you on some knowledge here that I got from One Bite from Barstool YouTube channel. You never give a whole number when you give a score. So out of 10, I'd give that a 5.4. I'd give it a 5.4.
There you go. So it's better than half. You would eat again. Possibly would not only buy them if there was not other things there.
They were $2.50 a packet. So they're still like Hyundai, trying to find themselves in the market. They're not even in the chip aisle, you know. I'd get them again. Never eat things from brown bags. You're about to find out about brown paper bags real soon.
Yeah, stop saying that. I'm offended.
Me too. If it's an organic chip, it will taste like shit. It doesn't taste like shit. I don't know how you know what that tastes like. It does taste like mice. I've had them before. They're like big nuggets.
What?
Mice.
Why?
Dave.
What?
Sad boy. Imagine if we could have a New Year's barbecue with all the boys and girls in chat. I tell you something that'd make you laugh. If we all turned up, no one would look like, you'd recognise me, but almost no one would look like their names. You go, what's your expectation when someone turns up whose core flies as big as cats? What are you expecting to see? A 6'3" guy who goes to the gym every day?
We know Dave, we know Scotty, he's got a YouTube channel. Leah has a picture up, we know what she looks like. Stickman obviously just looks like that.
we would know more than they would. Imagine if you turned up and you had to guess who was who and put the names on people to see how many you get right.
Yeah, we'd have to have little name tags, but people would be cheeky, I know, and write the different name down. Everyone would write Kane.
Carl just said at least it's not gluten-free. I hope it's not.
Yeah,
Man.
you said everyone from Kaz version 1.0 remembers
Aiden.
Code of the Reaper.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, mate. The microphone, I put the testosterone back on it.
I even tried to look it up, and I still have no idea.
Yeah.
I have a couple of things we can try for next time, but let's just roll with the deep voice tonight.
As long as it's not at a stage where it detracts.
Can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, can hear you fine.
I've only drunk from a brown paper bag.
Oh,
Yeah, Rob. I'll raise a toast to that. I'll raise a toast to that.
Said hello to you.
Hey?
The returning man said, "Hey, Kaz, how are you?"
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Did you want me to put on the introduction again for the people that weren't here for it before?
If you like.
This is the reason why we're on here tonight. I didn't know you were 6'3", Carl. So even when you stand on top of a roof, then you're 6'3" on top of that. That's a lot. Here we go, Aiden. This is why we're here tonight.
Hey team, how we going? It is Kaz from the Trenches with Kaz. As you know, if this is your first time here, subscribe, share, with yourself at least. And remember, we're about to go into 2021. What this is all about is a message, a reset if you will, a New Year's resolution if you want, to choose living over being a victim. About giving what you have left to others. And I don't mean resources, I don't mean money. I mean compassion, I mean respect, I mean time, attitude, humility, sense of humour. Treat every single year like there's a brand new innings. What you can do to wipe out the past, do that. Scrub the slate clean, so to speak. Work on a six-pack, either at the gym or on the lounge. It's up to you. Mid-strength. I'll still get cut off at the bar. But let's make a good time of it. Let's give 2021 the respect it deserves. And let's live our life, because it's actually a bloody miracle we even exist at all. Huh? Out of every egg that came out of your dad, you were the one that made it. Maybe you went the wrong way, and that was the way you made it to the finish line. Yeah? The one salmon that ran up the wrong estuary. But either way, guys and gals, I'm here with you. And I'll be here with you next year, which is in the next few hours. But give people a break. I understand we're going through tough times. Let's hope that our leadership actually shows some leadership rather than half-assed management. Let's not sell people down the river, tell people what they can't do. Let's get on with our lives. Let's change out some of the old, get on with the new, and give yourself a fighting chance at having the best life, because I tell you what, you can't go backwards. Your life between 16, 18 to 35 is where you create the stories. The LORE, the law of your life. And after that, we spend the rest of our life, potentially 70 years, with our minds in the past, but not our body, trying to rekindle what we had and wonder where it went. So make sure you have so many stories you can fall back on. Things that can make people laugh, things that can teach others from mistakes, while you learn from others around you. And let's have a great 2021 and not start where we did in 2020. Fires, COVID, economic disaster, shutdowns, and gut instinct not meeting common sense. Let's get to it. And thanks for joining me tonight as we prepare for a soft landing into 2021. Thank you for everyone that helps us to be able to deliver this to you. Just take it easy.
There you go, team. It's important to have focus on why we talk. And for someone that was here for the first time, on why they would actually stay and listen in and realise that to be part of something that gives you the voice is a valuable thing indeed. It is. I am onto the Canadian club now. Mr. Buckaroony. I could already hear him and Roz going, are you going to drink that for the rest of the night? He's going to end up hugging Rafa for the rest of the night. If you didn't know, Bucko is a YouTuber. You know, we've got Lauren, who's a YouTuber. We've got Ed B, who is a YouTuber. Simon Powell, you said, has got a channel as well.
Yep, he sure does.
Is there other people here too?
Michael Stein has a channel.
He does. Has he posted anything recently, but?
I don't know about recently. I think he's been busy with poker parties and, you know.
As soon as he went to uni, he changed.
Yeah.
Let's stick it up. Yep, I completely agree, Mr. Buckaroony. I think what we're seeing in 2021, and it started to happen over the last 4 years, is the curtain slowly got pulled back like a green screen, whereas the people in front of the camera didn't realise they were being exposed the entire time. Anytime you tell people what they can't say, you can tell them what they can say, no worries. But when you tell people what they can't say, then the embers start to burn. And you start to think, who are you to tell me? Because no one secretly likes to be told what to do. But it's the people that least like to be told what to do are the ones that are telling us what to do and what we can't do. You know, and so as a patriot of the underdog, which I've always been, which is the reason why I chose the 2nd Battalion, which was 2-4 at the time, was because 20 people going to the 1st Battalion, Royal Australian Regiment, you know, Big Blue one, and there was only 4 of us that was going to the 2nd 4th Battalion. There was a guy called Amory. He went missing, believed murdered, in the first couple of weeks we got to Townsville. Yeah, there was Shane Brown. There was also Jeff Bowker. There was Dean Caswell. That's this guy, in case you didn't know what my actual name was. And there was also David Hawkins. So when we turned up at, it would have been 10 o'clock at night. It was like 38 degrees when we turned up. It was boiling hot, balmy weather. There was people in jail. And they were going, whatever you do, don't go to Bravo Company. And then you heard a cup get thrown at this guy in the cells. And he's like, oh! And we were like, holy shit, what have we got ourselves into? And the next day, I went to Bravo Company.
There you go.
And that was the Wild West. Bucko can tell you. It was the Wild West in the battalions in 1990, 91, 92. It was horrific. And I'm glad it's changed. I am. You know, I hate to see people that were actually volunteers living in fear. You know, it shouldn't be that way. And Langs, I got a photo today. Someone sent me a picture of Langs, which was the 1st Battalion nightclub bar. You don't go in there unless you're in a whole platoon. And Tats was where we went as the 2nd 4th Battalion. And one RAR didn't want to get caught in there. It was like east side, west side sort of stuff.
I just hated the Tats. People had to drag me there.
Your feet used to stick to the floor.
Yeah, there was.
And
it wasn't the highest class of lady that went to Tats. I didn't want to be sitting there.
Oh, it was terrible. But the violence in Townsville back in those days was horrific.
It was. Yeah, it was pretty rough. Like, every night on Flinders Street, there would be something. Taxi rank was the worst.
Oh, dude. Yeah, it was. It was. Yeah. What do you want to do? Do you want to keep going, or do you want to jump off for a little while, or?
What do you want to do?
Look, I'm fine. I'm happy. I'm here doing a service tonight. I'm happy to be here for those people who are sitting at home at the moment that are thinking, what do I do? I'm not allowed to go out, or it's too late to go out, or I'm too charged to drive. Yeah. We're not talking about the normal subjects. We're just sort of talking shit.
That's it.
But we're a community, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly. That's fun too. We're having fun.
Yeah.
We're having fun, everybody. Okay.
You have fun, goddammit.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
is fun. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just sitting here. I've got nothing better to do.
It just feels like you're meant to be doing something on New Year's, like you're squandering
Yeah,
your life by not being out and doing something. Quick, just run around the block, do something.
But that's like Valentine's Day. Sometimes it's just society makes you think you're meant to be doing stuff, and you don't really. You know, you could just go to bed early on New Year's Eve and wake up and, the sun will still shine.
Hibiscus is asking Kaz, would your intro vid be on your channel? I haven't actually got an intro yet. I should do a 1 minute intro. I haven't got one.
Yeah, we were thinking about doing that maybe in 2021.
Yeah.
Maybe an intro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
Yes,
you for that. That's,
It is, Aiden. This is your issued mandatory fun. Yes.
well, how many people do you reckon right now are sitting at home watching something going, is this as good as it gets?
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
Look, we've already explained how these conversations before. My real big fear is that the fatigue that is happening across the Western world now is, for a little while, people got used to sitting at home. Okay, so we're getting paid to sit down and play Xbox. Really? Oh, okay. And getting paid extra to do so. No worries. But then that feeling goes away, and then you want to get out. And then after a while, you just don't want to get out anymore. You just don't want to do anything. And it can be very hard for people, especially when they're young, to remotivate, or old. This should be a death knell to a lot of old people that have now stayed indoors, done the right thing, and their mobility has gone all the way down. And now they go to use their legs again, or they go to get in the car to drive, and they're like, oh, no.
Yeah. Did you ever go to a place called Stilettos, Mr. Buccarini's wondering?
I didn't go to Stilettos or Scums.
Near Langs? Where was that?
Or Opus. It was down on the other side of the mall. I did find a pussy dollar, which was like a stripper's dollar that you handed money in, changed over to pussy dollars. And then you could go into Opus and use your Opus dollars, all that sort of stuff. My platoon sergeant was a bouncer there, Kevin O'Halloran, who was also the man that wrote the book Pure Massacre for Rwanda, who was my platoon sergeant. But I wasn't part of that, and it sounds like I'm glad I wasn't. Just like I didn't really enjoy Alexander's in Sydney. That was a horrible club too. Liverpool.
I'm not a fan of nightclubs. Like, the Mad Cow, I used to hate going there because all I could think is, this is a fire hazard. I don't know, maybe I'm just too much into safety, but I don't really like the vibe of clubs.
You're right to think that, because I used to set that dance floor on fire.
Lucky to be able to get to the dance floor, the amount of people in there.
Oh, dude. I used to just use other people's beers around there and just hydrate. Yeah. Do you remember when Army weren't allowed in there?
No, I don't remember that, but I do remember there being some trouble at Criterion from Tuaria.
Well, soldiers weren't allowed in there because on the opening night of the Mad Cow, a soldier went in there and threw a smoke grenade in there.
Oh, really? That's naughty.
Yeah, it cost him a fortune. Yeah.
That's really naughty. That would have been awful.
When the Americans were in town, I remember CES gas. It's a powder form team. So when it gets lit, it's got a slow burn, turns into a gas, goes and you can't stuff it. You can't take it. It puts you down. And people went in, because you could smoke everywhere naturally, including restaurants. Even at the school that I went to, Mrs. Black used to smoke while I was a school kid. While she was leaning over your shoulder, she'd just hold it back like that, and you're going, what level of filth is that?
They used to come around to change ashtrays in maternity wards.
And they put CS gas in the ashtrays, so people would go there, put their cigarette in there, and let the gas off. Same deal, the gas, the CS gas, people would put it in napkins at dinners to people they didn't like, so that when they're eating their food and they get there and swamping it up.
That's awful.
But no one would get charged. There was no dramas with it. People would get plastic explosive and rub it on people's hats, so that the residue inside the glycerin would give them migraines and they'd end up
Oh.
getting pulled off courses.
That is not funny. That's going too far.
Well, not if you didn't like the person. I'm just glad I could fight through the headaches.
Oh my gosh.
Tastes like Master Says Jay. Puts it on his hot dog.
Okay.
All right, Bucko, what do you reckon's going to happen tomorrow, mate? What do you reckon's going to happen 2021?
Yep. Goodo Camo has got an enlistment date for the 1st of March 2021.
That's great, Goodo Camo, because we're about to put a video out too. That's going to be we want people to change their names naturally to Goodo Camo, or whatever the name may be, so that you can actually come on there and say, this is the time I'm going, this is the month I'm going, etc. And we can do the call outs, but what we can't do is have people's real names on there. So you guys will be able to actually go down there and, in the trenches with Kaz. Anyone in the trenches with Kaz? And
Quietly.
we might even make up
Secrets.
part of LORE, the law of the channel, some sort of something that's not obvious, like that you do on the recruiting bus. So everyone goes in the trenches with Kaz. I get it.
Yeah, or if you're the only one.
Congrats from Hibiscus.
A bit more subtle, perhaps, that you could get away with if there wasn't any other trenches around.
Is one of the funniest movies ever. They have to be either Naked Gun or The Three Amigos.
I don't think I've seen either of them.
You need to watch it as a family. I'd do a reaction video like Google Box on just watching your family watching The Three Amigos. You need it. The guy he's standing on top of the bank or whatever. He's trying to get his attention below where he's standing guard. Chevy Chase looking around like that. And the guy's looking down at him and he's like, look here. Look up here. And Chevy Chase is just like you can't even hear it in this. Look up here. I will kill you like a motherless dog. Yeah. Oh. The water's the funniest one.
I'll have to watch it.
Bucko reckons he OC'd heaps of shitheads in the coppers. Works a treat. There's no tough guys around pepper spray. You know? Initially, hit you again, no effect. When your face turns into teriyaki, there's no coming back. Yeah. Oh, God. It brings everyone down.
No thanks. My eyes water when I'm cutting an onion. I don't know how I'd go.
Yeah, it puts me down too. Jay, that made me cringe so much. The Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. I remember holding my nuts like, oh, it was so cringe. I love that sort of stuff, but it hurts. I haven't seen Spaceballs. Naked Gun was one of the funny ones at the start, but not so much now. If we all got together, I'd just burst in like the Kool-Aid jug.
Oh, yeah.
Is that similar to Kramer? Buck really loves the positive vibes.
Well, because that's what Brady would be doing if Ruben rocked up. He always does like a hello, Newman, to Ruben. Hello, Ruben.
Hello, Ruben. Mr. Buckaroo saw a great movie today, $1 Million Arm, about two Indian lads that made the US baseball. I don't mind those sort of movies. You know, one of the things for all the cricket fans out there, it should be impossible for us to ever beat India. They've only got one sport. One. And there's over 1 billion of them. Could you imagine how good you have to be to make it into the team at all? And we still beat them. Sometimes. That's crazy. And to stand out, if you stand out as the number one batter, you know, from India, imagine knowing you were the best batsman out of more than 1 billion people. How can you be that good? How can you be that different?
Yeah, you'd have to be good. Yeah. I've been watching horror movies pretty much all year. I mean, there's nothing... I reckon I've almost seen them all. It's like I'm at the point where I'm watching trailers for what's coming out next year.
Well,
I actually watched one the other day, which had I can still think of him as the boy from Malcolm in the Middle. It was called Black String.
Sounds racist.
No, it was creepy. It was all right.
Why does it have to be a string of colour?
Because you have to watch it.
Okay.
You know.
What about games? Scary games.
I get too scared.
But they're just jump scares. To me, one of the scary sort of movies are ones like Hostel, because it is something that takes away your innocence. It's so believable that you could go somewhere, say at a hostel, get drunk with a pretty girl, drinking from the Kool-Aid bottle, and then before you know it, those girls aren't around anymore, and you're going, why am I in here, and how did I get here, and where's my friend? The reason why I say that, I'm not sure if many of you have done any European travel before, but this will freak you out, Lauren. There's women that are like hookers, but they're not.
What do you mean?
Really beautiful girls who will wander around in places in Spain where it happened to us, Las Ramblas, which is the party street in Spain.
Yep.
You drink down in the centre of the street, and the beers come like a litre. The size is like a litre. It's the smallest one. And it's about $20 a beer. But we were drinking there, me and my mate, and we both had partners, so we weren't interested. But these girls come over and they just had a conversation. It was like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And we were just loving being around some English-speaking people who were civilians, not military, and just having a beer with them. And they're like, can we be honest with you? And we went, yeah, you can be honest with us. Of course, I thought you were being honest before now. Because they came over to us, And so we went over there and was there with them. And I bought them a beer. I would have if they were blokes. And they go, look, our job is to basically rip off tourists. And I go, what do you mean? Because stealing is legal. No, it's not illegal until you get caught in Spain.
Right.
So, and if they do, you can punch them out, you can bash them in the street and not get in trouble. Police are just there, you caught him. I watched a guy getting his face bashed in McDonald's in front of families, and the policeman's just like, okay, that happens. But these girls said our job is to rip off people, mostly UK, that come over and they use their attractiveness. And what they do is they say, we're going to meet you at this pub crawl, and they'll go around and just get all these guys to go and pay their $40, their €40, which is nearly $80, to go into these clubs to get ready for these piss trips.
Yeah.
So their job is just to lure people in, and they say, we're going to be there, and tonight's on a promise. I'm with you, she's with him. And they said to us, you guys are really nice guys. We're going to let you know that was our initial plan with you guys. But we're letting you know that you don't have to turn up there, but we are going to be there, sort of thing. And we were like, oh, okay. So it was almost like it is the scam is telling you that we're actually scamming you, but we're not going to scam you because you guys are different. So we'll see you there tonight. If you know what I mean. So they lured us there, and we turn up, and there's like 80 guys that are all there that are wondering where these different girls are that told them they'd be there tonight. And then before you know it, the bus turns up. You've had some snaps and stuff to keep the pump going, and you don't even know where you're going. You just get on a bus going into nowhere in a country where they don't really speak much English. So
that's a bit weird.
So that could happen so easily, really easy. There could be 10 people in there in the bar that are getting on the bus, and you don't realise that every one of them is part of the group except you two. Yeah.
That is like, I don't know how they do it though.
Easy.
It wouldn't be easy for me.
If you went missing in Europe, no one's looking for you.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna be like doing that to tourists.
It's just their job. They get a percentage of how many people they get to go and sign on. Oh, what girl was you here for? Oh, Sarah. Ah, yeah. She was here. Yeah, okay. Oh, there's your €40. We were lucky that we were single because we never actually got on the bus either.
Yeah.
Yep. We were too drunk. Don't think with the little head lads, mate.
That's good advice.
It is. But you know, American soldiers, when they go to South America, they get warned. If you've got your father's looks and you can't, and you've got no game, you're going to fall in love with some Hayek variants. And before you know it, you're going to have their family moving over. Same deal with Philippines. All American bases are jam-packed full of Hispanic and bloody Filipino women. From guys with their father's looks.
And maybe they're happy. Good luck to them.
Do you reckon they are?
Maybe.
Or do you reckon they get traded in as soon as they realise that he's the plug hole of the platoon?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it depends on the folk. I've seen some people who get, used and abused in situations like that. And then I've seen other people that are actually really happy.
There's definitely people that know the buyer beware and they know what they're getting into. We had someone who was a really good guy on our channel. And you laugh at this, Mr. P and Brady. This fella and Mr. Buccarini, you'd have seen this one mile away, and probably Carl has too, and Rob and Jay. This guy goes, oh yeah, I'm going over to Thailand. And I went, yeah, really? You've just basically come from that sort of life and you're about to go to Thailand. I guarantee what's going to happen within the first 24 hours. And he rang me from Thailand 3 days later and, she's different, man. She's different. And I went, yeah, no worries, mate. You're in the web.
Yeah.
And he came very close to bringing her back to Australia.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. Yeah.
It was her first night.
Yeah, sometimes it's not so easy, sad boy, to send them back. Sometimes people go hook, line and sinker.
Dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I think but look, you can end up in a bad situation no matter who you marry. So again, take your time, don't rush. If you love them now, you'll still love them in 3 or 4 years if it's meant to be.
Yeah. There was a kid in Turia when I was a platoon sergeant up there, and I remember, I can't remember what the fix was, but this guy was I think 23 or 24, and he met this vixen who had 4 or 5 kids, and she was like 34, and he got her pregnant, and he fell for her and adopted all of the kids. I don't know what the ex-fathers were doing, and we were like, oh my God, mate. What are you doing?
That sounds like JP, though.
Sorry?
It sounds like JP, though.
Yeah. But if you didn't know who you were and you had one of your sons 24 and met a girl with 4 or 5 children and she was going, oh yeah, why don't you move in? You'd be going, no.
Well, he's 24. He can make up his own mind.
But you still got to be the, what do you call it? The wisdom sometimes, because guys,
not if they don't ask for it when they're that age.
We're under a goddamn spell. We're still children at 24.
No, I wouldn't. But if they lived on their own and if they look after themselves, I've raised my kids to know you make your own decisions. When you're 18, I'll be here for advice if you ask for it or if I think it's really dangerous.
I don't know if they're all different dads, Cookie.
Yeah, sometimes folk have got to make their own mistakes.
Yeah, but not at the level that it could be their entire life over. Kaz is running with the big voice tonight. I don't get to hear what you're talking about.
Yeah, say hello.
Hey, JP, how you going, mate?
You all right?
Mate, I could talk to you about the fish farms all day, all night.
They fascinate me too.
Why? I don't understand. They've got such a fix on me. I might need to work at a prawn farm or an oyster farm or a hatchery just to get it out of my system.
Actually, Kaz is fascinated by the gestation of oysters.
16 hours?
16 hours.
That's all. So basically 16 hours, oyster, we'll say his name is Michael Stott, meets hibiscus oyster. They have a great night. Don't even touch each other. The next day, Michael Stott's got 172,000 kids. And do you know what they call a baby oyster?
What?
It's not very bloody flattering.
What is it?
Spat.
Oh, really?
That's the name of a baby oyster.
It sounds like something floating around in a rock pool in town, doesn't it?
Guys and gals, I tell you, if you want to go down an interesting, if you're into documentaries, if you're into just weird shit, you look at the oyster fishermen in places like Thailand and stuff like that. They're out on these rafts for months at a time. You know, and all it is suspended lines that hang down, crystal clear water, and all they do is go around and, just pull on the line, pull on the line, pull on the line, and then go back and watch some TV again. And then they just row over to another one, do the same on their lines of oysters, and wait until it's time to take them all in, and then they get their money.
Yeah, well, they've got oyster farms down here too, and that's where they conflict because sometimes the fish waste from the fish farms causes an algal bloom.
Yep.
Yeah, the algal bloom, then you can't sell the oysters.
Yep.
Are they sort of conflicting it? But have you ever seen a scallop swim?
Yeah. It's a really weird sort of one.
Like a fucking butterfly.
It is. Yep. It feels like nature hates you when you're down in not the kelp, but in the mossy sort of grasses, and all of a sudden it scares the shit out of you the first time.
We got some of the largest kelp in the world here in Tassie. Are you off? John Paul.
Nitro's got a Coca-Cola. I wish I had a Coca-Cola.
I got Coca-Cola. John Paul's trying to say good night to you.
Good night, JP. See you later, mate.
Yeah, I'm going off that couple of whiskies. Have a good night, everyone. Happy New Year.
You too, mate. I'm not manly enough for whiskey, although my voice apparently sounds like I am.
At the moment.
I've never been to Tasmania, and one of the things that scares me the most is to get the camper van, to put it onto the ferry, and then all of a sudden the seas are big, my friend.
The seas are quite rough.
Yep.
That.
And they don't claim responsibility for damage to vehicles on the ferry.
Yep, at your own risk.
So the last thing you want is an $80,000 vehicle. And guess what, Tim? Guess what?
What?
The VW 6.1 California is coming to Australia as a camper van. You know what's interesting about it? That's factory. It's the same price as what it would cost for me to go through Skyline campers.
Oh, there you go.
You'd always rather buy factory so that it can all be dealt with by VW if there's something that doesn't work. That's a fantastic price for a fantastic product that gives you, gives you wings. It's Red Bull.
JP just put me in a stack of chocolate.
Men don't eat chocolate.
Yeah, he was eating chocolate and he brought me some in too, some Lindt chocolate. Yum.
Is that listening to you? It just came up then. JP brought me chocolate in chat.
Yeah, it must be.
Did you type that in?
Yeah, I did.
Oh. Sad boy, just watch these people dig up these sand clams. I can't really do clams, man.
Oh, do you know I'm not a clam fan? I wish I was, but I'm not. I can't even do scallops.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like abalone.
I've never had an abalone. I think they look too much like a female's anatomy. I can't do it.
Oh, good grief. Yeah, Mr. Buggerini, I'm actually from West Side. I actually was born in Fremantle. We just moved here for the peace and quiet.
Hibiscus. Seen us drink, mate. I want to open a Heineken. I don't mind a Heineken. Yeah, I tell you something, Miss Hibiscus. Leah. Because I haven't been drinking for so long, I've actually grown to really appreciate just a few beers while we sit on here, as opposed to before where it seemed to be an action you just did. Now I really am starting to enjoy it while I talk with you.
Yep, exactly. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because if you do it all the time, it's not special. Here's Dolph. Dolph is here.
Hey! This guy is as tall as bamboo. He's going out with a lovely lady. He's over West Side as well. Mate, today I saw the nicest looking garlic chili prawn tacos, and the same people do Moreton Bay bug tacos. Fantastic. Hibiscus says, good night, Kaz and beautiful Lauren. And team, Happy New Year. Safe, be safe, drink safe, and be happy. Much love, Leah.
Yeah, Happy New Year, you and your little girl.
Yeah.
Also.
And you know what? There's nothing better than laying beside your kid, sort of smelling them, knowing that they're safe. It's the best thing in the world. You know, all the best, mate. And we're going to have that conversation soon. And send us a photo of you and your little one if you want in 2021, which is a few hours. You know, you're as pretty as a peach, and I look forward to you ticking off all your goals for 2021.
Yeah,
And I think you're going to have a fantastic year because you've got a tip-top attitude and you're a special person. Yep.
yeah, I agree. Be a bit weird if I went and sniffed my children.
I think it's a boy thing.
Yeah.
You see at Rebel Sport, we go up to everything.
No, well, I sniffed them when they're babies and little, even other people's newborns. I sniffed, but some of mine are in their 20s. I can't go up to like this giant 6-foot-plus man and just start sniffing him. That's a little strange. I don't know. I'd want to.
Well, you succeeded. You're going to have such a big litter of grandkids soon that you're going to go, I can't afford Christmas.
Yeah, I love my grandbabies.
Yeah.
They're so
Nitro. Garlic butter bugs.
I love Moreton Bay bugs.
Yeah. You almost never see it now.
Yeah, I haven't had one for years. I haven't even seen one down here at all.
Like, well, you're not going to see them on the fly screen. You got to go in the water.
Yeah, well, no, I thought I might see one in the seafood market or something, but I haven't.
Miss Buckaroony, it's New Year's over the Dutch. It's New Year's over the Dutch. Maybe they can tell us the lotto numbers.
Happy New Year.
If there's anyone from New Zealand here, not Sue Cow, Happy New Year.
Yep.
We love our New Zealand brothers and sisters. And I tell you what we need to do in Australia. We need to rekindle that bond between Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah, I think so too.
It feels like the distance has grown apart. We need to bring it back together.
The Battlefield is from New Zealand. He's saying Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you.
Hey, Battlefield, there you go, mate. Did you know, mate, we've got a bunch of Kiwis about 3 doors up. Massive blokes, tattoos everywhere. They think they're badasses, and they probably are. But I've won them over. Because here I am 2 doors down, and I'll go past with the puppy or whatever. They'll all be having their cook-up and drinking out the front. Because I don't get intimidated. I just walk past them. How you going, fellas? How's things? And they're like, at the first time they were like, not bad. Yeah, no worries. Now when I come past here, hey!
Good. Great.
I'll be on the other side of the fence having a beer with them sooner or later.
Yep.
But they're lovely guys. They really are. All I do is listen to Boys and Men, but
That's okay.
yeah. Get my scuba kit service, and I'm going to head out and get some crazy cray suit. I've never caught a cray. You're not allowed to dive from over here. And
Yeah, we got great crays here. Tassie crays. They're delicious.
yeah, Buckaroony, you'd probably have a lot of them up in the prisons, eh? As guards as well. I love scaffolding. And I love bouncing.
They're everywhere. They're great.
Did you know? Guess where prawn farms start geographically?
Where? I don't know.
Did you know they don't have prawn farms, sort of south of Queensland?
No, I didn't.
There's some, but not many, because it's so it's so expensive to be able to do it with the cool waters. So you've got to keep it in the temperate waters and that. And so normally it's about Queensland and up. Tell me if I'm wrong, team. Tell me if I'm wrong. Because I'm infatuated with prawn hatcheries too. I can't wait till I get older and start
Barbecuing
and fishing for a pastime. Man,
Oh, yeah, getting old is good.
and cooking is great, sad boy.
Yeah, you start to really appreciate things like that.
Dolph says, yeah, we are pretty lucky we can dive for crays and shoot on scuba over here. That's because it's so plentiful. One thing they need to get rid of is abalone diving being illegal. I don't give a shit how many abalone you take, because one, you're never going to get them all. And you know what? If you're willing to go down and dive down and take your life on the line with great whites, who am I to stand on the shore safely and tell you to throw your catch away?
Yeah, I don't know. They might be able to get them all. Some people do take a lot more than what they should.
But the irony is, the actual professional ones, one of them murdered his mate and got away with it, and everyone knows he did it, but he got away with it. The ones off the miniseries.
Jay said, I can't wait till I get younger and live back at mum's and not having to pay bills and rates. Yeah.
Imagine that. Oh, shouldn't you go to bed soon? You'd go. Now you'd go, say it again. Oh, that's awesome. It's 10:19. We've got an hour and 40 minutes of talk and shit.
Well, if anyone can do it, we can do it. You know that.
And you know what, team? If you're here for another hour and 40 minutes, we'll call this Marathon 2.0, and we'll get off. We'll get off at 10 minutes past. Okay?
Yeah.
At 12:10, we'll get off. Not like that.
Yeah. Well, you can, but do that privately.
Mr. Buckaroni and Baccaroni. Yeah, mate, great lads. We got one bloke called Berry Bigger than Jason Tolomalo, mate. Glad he's on our team. Look, Buck, when I see some of these guys, you realise they don't know how big they are. You look at them and go, I couldn't stop you if I tried. Which is probably the reason, and there's a lot of African Americans that are insanely massive, where you can see where a police officer could escalate his response to the fact that, holy shit, we are not stopping that guy. And there's a video that I do not want to talk about on here so much, but it was a guy they couldn't stop. And let's just say he had a carving knife and he went to town on a female cop. And they filled that guy full of holes, and he just wouldn't go down, because a 9mm is a really, really shit weapon, really. Not only is it not accurate, it's a dangerous weapon because of the shortness of the barrel, the danger space when it misses, the penetration, etc. It's not very reliable. Carl Benjamin Button, imagine being that dude.
I might just go get a glass of wine then.
Do it.
Now. It'll help us with the shit talking for the next hour. All right, I'll be back in a second.
I can't do truffle. Dolph, I think we can call you Cam now because you're out. I can't do truffle. Again, it sounds like one of those things where people are pretending to like something. Every time I've tasted something, it tastes like shit. Maybe you just need to acquire the taste like. Bam. And you know what, Jay? Is Daz there? These opals, they don't taste very good. I hope we're not killing our stream for future streams. The fact we're on this long, just talking absolute smack, almost nothing to do with military. We're just giving you somewhere to be. Kaz, do the infantry use a sidearm these days? Carl, I believe they are going towards having a sidearm, a secondary weapon, and I am totally against it. Totally against it. Every trip we've been on, there was times where machine gunners for a while had sidearms, etc. One, no one's ever used one of them. And two, most of the mistakes and most of the UDs, NDs, etc. happen from people stuffing around with pistols. And our whole job, okay, is to attack in numbers and also to be in a position where we detect the threat force from a distance, where we maximise our chance of getting out of there unscathed by having distance between us and who we're against. If you're close enough to use a pistol at 21 feet, etc., man, you don't want to be that close where even a kid has got a puncher's chance of beating someone from the SASR. You don't want that. You don't need that. That'd be a felony. Because I'll check in again soon, mate. Got something on. I'll be big, as he says. Jay Hayes, we're all having a great time and a good chat, mate. Jay, that's good, man. That's good, because the last thing I want to ever do is waste your time or make you feel like that you're in a position where you feel like you need to stay at loyalty, because you don't. Relax.
Yeah. Come go as you please.
Yeah. As Boy George would say, I come and go, I come and go. Oh.
Do you have a drink?
Yeah.
Cheers. I'm about to have one too.
There you go, Cobber. Could you imagine? Let's look at this one. Hey, Stubbsy, here you go, mate. There's nothing wrong with a good old shit-talking session. It's true. Imagine what it would have been like there, Daz. You know, sometimes I think about this because I've actually been at the location at the Western Trenches. Wait 2 seconds. I've got something to show you. It's an artifact. You're going to like this one, PK? Wait 2 seconds. I'd love to give these away, but I can't. I've got something here.
What is it?
Some artifacts. I'm about to show you. Tell us what you reckon these are, Tim. There's one, and there's the other.
I'm waiting to see it. I can only hear it.
You can't see it on the screen?
Not yet. I've got a bit of lag, remember?
SSR, do you have given SSR? Get in the military, mate. Once you've got a couple of years up, then you apply, buddy.
I'm just trying to figure out how old he is first. I was just going to do the usual. Pray tell, what is that?
These two things here, I'd love to give one to Jay, but I just can't.
What is it?
These are the bomb fragments, PK. Almost onto it. Bone. Daz, no.
Mr. P's old
Mr.
hip.
P's old hip. These are 2 pieces of shrapnel that I took myself from the Western Trenches, of the Turks at Beersheba. These are bits of shrapnel from the British guns, which hit the Western Trenches where Australians went and took Beersheba.
Amazing.
In Israel.
Yeah, that is amazing.
So they were there for nearly 100 years before I came and got them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed.
Irreplaceable.
Yeah, because they look like wood, but you clanked them together. That didn't sound like wood, because it looks like wood.
No, they're both metal.
Yeah, no, I can see that now.
And this one is not as nice. This one's not as nice.
You got the best artifacts.
Oh, the room's full of them. We've seen this one before. Do you know what that one is? Some of you would have seen this before.
Waiting.
Can we see it?
It's obviously an axe head of some kind.
It's made from a car spring. This was one of the axes that was used at the Caballo massacre.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
So these are the sort of little things that you used to be able to bring back from operations.
You can have a museum there.
Well, I thought about giving this before, and we all know about the flag, don't we?
Yeah, maybe there's some people who don't. Some noobs.
I don't want to necessarily get it out of the packet here, Tim, because I don't like to touch it with my bare hands. But there's two Japanese flags here from the Imperial Palace when Australia was over with doing the occupation forces in Japan as the war was signed by Hirohito, and Trevor Pugh jumped over the wall and nearly got shot, by the Japanese while he was taking this, because they've given up. The war's not going on anymore. At the same time, they're acting like police, and they've still got sovereign soil within their sovereign soil. And they wanted to actually find who it was, court-martial, and potentially have him killed, which was not a long string to pull those days. And he jumped over there and grabbed both of the flags, stole them. No one could, everyone knew it was Trev, but no one could prove it. And it wasn't until I was back in international waters coming home where the captain actually asked Trev to come and see him. And he said, mate, we're in international waters. Okay, I'm going to let you go. Just be honest with me. Have you got the flags? He went, yep. He goes, okay, go and get them. Bring them up here. And it's signed by the captain of the Bataan, HMAS Bataan, which was the flagship of the Australian fleet, as well as all the crew members, the XO, all that sort of stuff. It is an amazing artifact. Yeah.
Yeah, it is amazing. Someone said get the axe restored, but I imagine the axe probably was just in pretty much the same condition when you got it.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. All I had to do was get the handle out of it, and that took me a long time to chip it down and get it out, because I didn't think I'd be allowed to bring it back either, and I just put it in my shed. And at that time, customs didn't really check soldiers. Yeah.
Yep. Sorry, just taking care of business in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
We got some diddly donks in the chat.
Okay.
I know that's going to stick. I wish it wouldn't, but it's going to stick. Kane must have had too much sherbet before, and he was calling everyone in here, and apparently on Mr. Buckaroonie's stream, a diddly donk.
That doesn't even sound like an insult. You could say that to a tough guy, a bikie at a pub, and he'd go, I don't know what that means. Am I offended? I don't know.
That's what I mean. I'm trying to figure out what the heck is a diddly donk.
Oh, okay, go crazy, son, as in, like, restore their handle. Okay, got you.
What was the handle like? What were they like? Okay, so if that was made from a car spring,
Yep.
right, what was the handle? Just a bit of wood?
It was just like a broom handle sort of stuff that had been in there, and then other bits of wood put down from different angles inside it from different areas to splint it into place.
Yep.
So it was pretty rudimentary. But a lot of the weapons they had over there would have doweling down through the barrel. I don't know why. Some weapons would be immaculate. Some weapons would be dirty as buggery and rusty. And you go, that's not even going to work. That's going to blow up in that dude's face when he pulls the trigger on that one. And I think that's the reason why they use machetes mostly.
Yeah. And I think you must dissociate a little bit to be able to handle that. I think well done.
I don't know what I think of it.
Yeah.
I almost got rid of it when I had my daughter. So I was thinking, I don't really want that in the house with my little girl, and that's why I'd forgotten all about it. And every now and then I'd go, I wonder where that is. And
Part of your story, and I think even if you pass on and let her decide what to do with it.
yeah, I'd probably give it to Harry rather than let her ever touch it.
Yeah,
But my daughter is named after one of the little girls that I used to try and look after over there. My daughter's middle name is Bernadette. And when I told my ex-partner that I wanted that to be part of the name, she was horrified. Like, that's not a good name. And I was like,
oh, the meaning.
no, but it's got a meaning, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like John name our son.
I agree, Daz. You know, there's a difference between being a thief and being a trophy hunter, isn't there? It's a very fine line.
Yeah.
You know, but a trophy hunter never sells his trophy, does he?
No,
You know, probably looks after it better than what the person did that owned it.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm still waiting for that puppy to get run over there.
Yeah, now you've said that, that's all I can think of. I'm not even looking out. I'm looking at chat.
Do you guys know how much time it takes me to think of what we're going to do and to Photoshop and make
I don't know if they do.
a wallpaper every time that's different?
Wallpaper and a thumbnail, and to think of what you're going to talk about, and that you put in a lot of work. And I want to thank you. I was actually going through the old videos from 2020, right? Because I was actually going to mix some of the best bits up for you in a video, but it was just too difficult, right? But I remember you were out back and you had all the flies on your back, and this year was the first year that I came on the telephone with you. So there was heaps of stuff that happened this year in this community on this stream. You've done heaps of work this year.
Imagine that, and that's great to hear that you treasured that and looked into that, Lauren.
Yeah, enjoyed it.
Now we look at things like PK, like the messages we'll have back and forth, or whether it be Daz with the opals. You know, I don't know if you were here before. I was going to go, these chips, they taste really. I don't like the taste. Opal chips, do you get it? But what happens when this channel gets to 8 years old? And you've got people that are going, I've been there for 8 years, man. You know, that's why you try to tell people, subscribe now, so it means something to you. So that one day you can go, I was actually, like now, it's almost like you get a year for free. It's what? It's an hour and 25 minutes before it turns 12. If someone signed on now, just subscribed and ticked the bell, you get the entire year. No one knows who's been here for a year and who's been here for 10 minutes. So you can go, oh yeah, I joined in 2020, you know, the community. And then 2021, that's 2 years now. I've been there. In actual fact, you might have been there for an hour and 37 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's smart.
It's smart. Yeah, that's right. Up here for thinking.
Yeah.
How long have you actually been doing In the Trenches on YouTube?
2015 was when I left the army.
Yeah. I think
And-
I joined your channel I started watching, I think it would have been 2016.
Yeah. I had 500 videos on the last channel, you know, and there were some really, really shitty videos, but there were some really, really great ones because most of them weren't streams.
Yeah, they were good. It was great.
Yeah.
It was awesome. So I've been here for years now. Some of us are real OGs.
I didn't realise that. PK is saying that AK is an Anzac Day baby as well.
Oh,
And
I didn't know that.
I didn't either. And the 24th of April is Capiong Day. Do we have any Remembrance Day babies here? The 11th to the 11th? With the flies as big as cats. He's talking about himself again. I tell you what, flies big as cats. One of the worst experiences I've ever had with flies was the lone gum across in the Simpson Desert.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I know
Those flies were that bad that I will not be a pussy. So I won't wear a hairnet that other people were wearing.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm there going like that for 3 hours. just to keep the flies away. And even then, I'd get between the propeller blades and get in there and get inside your eye. And
Yeah.
oh, it's terrible.
Yeah, I think I know what he's talking about when I said you were covered in flies. You know, that video, if everybody goes back and you go click on the video section of Kaz's channel and you go back to find the very beginning of 2020, you'll see it. You'll see Kaz in the outback and his whole back of his shirt is just covered in flies.
And do you know what's interesting about that video?
What?
Do you know what I was doing?
What are you doing?
Getting something for Mr. Buckaroo.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's lovely. It was lovely. The scenery was beautiful. The night sky photography was lovely.
Yeah, it was.
Worth watching. We
But
are still going, Steve. S. Bryce is here again.
hey, Mr. Bryce, how's your guts, mate? Your drunken booze hound still going. Great effort, guys. I'm half out, so getting ready to make an arsehole of myself. That's all right, mate. That's all right. What we have actually had moderators go off the reservation with the brown paper bag before too. Some would say they were crazy.
Stop it. You're not allowed to say that. Ed'd be uppy for that.
He would. Bug, can you just read that out from what Bug is saying there? Because I'm scratching my neck, picturing Bug being on me.
Kaz, could you tell me about how the swim tests are at 2RAR? How proficient in the water does one need to be compared to the average swimmer? What can I do to give myself the best shot at getting in?
You need to be very proficient, mate. You need to be very proficient because you got to accept the fact that you need to. It's not necessarily even about proficiency because you'd go, but you're still going to use a life preserver anyway. And a lot of times, depending on what your insertion method is. But if you do helo casting, which is where the chopper goes past and you jump into the water, and then from there you go to shore. You know, how confident you need to be. What about going over, off the coast at night time into the water to get to the shore? How confident do you need to be? It's about confidence as much as what it is about capability. Now the test, if it's still the same, is 400 metres, but it's in your uniform. And it's normally done where you cannot touch the bottom, you're not allowed to touch the bottom. And I believe that it's either 16 or 18 minutes is the time to do that. And then there's an underwater component where you need to be able to swim a certain distance. I believe it's 10 metres under the water in a uniform as well as retrievals from the bottom, as well as there's a treading water, I think is 15 minutes. The normal swim test for the 9 arms corps is 30 metres. And tread water for 2 minutes, I believe. I think that's it. Pretty damn easy, and that's in uniform as well. But you've also got to be able to be successful at Hewitt, which is helicopter underwater escape training, which means as a group, not as an individual, you'll be in a helicopter fuselage, which goes in the water, ditch, ditch, ditch. That's what you say, or New Zealanders, Dutch, Dutch, Dutch. And that goes down, hits the water, spins upside down. You're not allowed to put your hand up on your nose, and there's the basic and there's the advanced, and the advanced means that you'll have blacked out eyes, so you can't see it all, and you're in there with a group of people where you could also have your equipment as well. So it's not something you want to be faking because it's like fitness. You will get in trouble when you're actually doing operational, and it's no different when you're in Australia as what it is been overseas as far as fighting the actual atmospherics. You can't tap out when you're out in a field environment, just like you can't when you're in patrol overseas. If you can't swim and you want to go for infantry, there's times where you may have to do a water crossing, go across a river, which is way over your head while you've got equipment on as well. It's about confidence as much as what it is about actual capabilities. We don't have time to teach you on the ground or put up with your phobia. Your phobia means nothing to us. You're going to do it whether you like it or not. There's no backing out. And no one feels sorry for someone. They will make you do it or they will force you to do it. It's a tough one. It's a big boys club, but that's what you can't explain to people because they keep looking at the beep test and thinking if I can pass a beep test, I'm good. If I can pass a BFA, I'm good. And you're going, that is the bare minimum standard to even keep your job. And that's hard to explain to people. And I tell you what, an example, when we went to East Timor in 1999, our packs weighed so much with our body armour, helmets, weapons, ammunition, water, and etc., that my eye burst blood vessels. It was just completely red, just from the strain of getting up with my pack. I do not believe...
Be able to lift that. I would not, even at my fittest, strongest, and I'm not really a short lady,
Yep.
like 5'6" and a bit, I wouldn't be able to lift that.
I do not believe there is a woman that could do it.
I couldn't
Your
do it.
CrossFit girls, you see on the Reebok, yeah, they could do that, but as a physical activity. But then you've got to add another 4 months of living with no showers,
Exactly.
with no food. Yeah.
Exactly. There's a whole heap of things, and it's, I never really quite understood, but I think you've explained it really well over time, to the point where I really feel bad for women who are falling for the PR spin of, you can do this, it'll be easy. No, it won't, and it might have lasting effects on not only your fertility, but the longevity of your career, your health. Your health is worth something, ladies. Don't believe the hype.
But it's not even that. Why would you want to go into a role where you can put other people's lives who have turned up, who are prepared?
Yeah, I don't think they would. I think they're being lied to.
Absolutely are. And I would argue that. I'm telling you now, I would argue this down the barrel, on the camera, on 60 Minutes or any other show with my expertise as an infantry expert and instructor.
Yeah, exactly.
There is no one that I would not be or even be intimidated to go on the camera and say, I'm telling you right now, you're wrong.
I would do the same just as from being a woman's perspective, because I'm telling you, they are being 100% lied to. They're already failing their duty of care to those women. You don't want to do that. I think their heart is in the right place, bless them. But also, there is nothing wrong with the roles that women can do in the army. They're not less than. Go do that. They're important too.
Yeah, I think that the ladies, the biggest test that ladies should have been really listening to out loud and clear was when they initially said to enlisted female soldiers in the Australian Army, now's your option, you can go over and you can be the first ones, because civilians couldn't at the start. And it was, which military we want to go and do infantry? How many?
Yeah,
How many tried?
Yeah, probably none.
Not a single one. They knew.
They know better.
Yep.
Exactly. They do not believe the rubbish. They're not interested in you, your fertility, your longevity of career. They just want to use you as a PR tool.
Yep.
Don't do it. Don't allow yourself to be used. Fugly's back.
Fugly.
Got doors fixed. Welcome back, Fugly. We're still going.
SASR ADF. I'll give you one tip, mate. Be careful about calling yourself something like SASR ADF if you're not a military member, mate.
Yeah, I agree.
Because people might go to you and ask you questions, and you really shouldn't be wearing a hat that you haven't earned yet.
Yeah, you might certainly be giving the impression that you are that, and you wouldn't want to do that.
But in saying that, I'll answer your questions, no problem at all, mate. You're very welcome. It's not fair for us to let you bumble along. So the EF88 is the primary weapon system. And then you've got the Minimi, which is 5.56, and the Maximi, which is 7.62. You've got the Mag 58, which is medium machine gun. You've got the 50 caliber, okay, which is a heavy machine gun. Before you start going up into the cannons, floating barrel cannons, etc., are on labs and other weapon remote stations. You've got the automatic grenade launcher. We've got the 72, which is the short-range anti-armor weapon. Well, we've got the GLA, the grenade launcher. We've got the F1 grenade. Yeah. The 84, the Carl Gustav.
You could probably Google a lot of that as well.
It's how do I need to be? How old do I need to be? They say 17, but I think it's criminal to take 17.
I think so too. I think you're just not mature.
I believe at least 18 or 19. I joined when I was 19, mate. I joined Army Reserve when I was 17. That was okay. It gave you a bit of a softer landing, but for singleton, I take my hat off to 17-year-olds that get there and they can do it, because I tell you, it ain't easy. It's not easy. And I'm not talking about the PT. I'm talking about when you start to get things like defensive week, where you're doing wiring, where you're doing digging, where you're doing patrolling, where you're doing ambushing, where you're doing staking, where you're going out on fighting patrols to do then standing patrols, where you start digging again. Your hands feel like they have the thorns of Christ. Your head, you can't even keep your head up. You're so tired. Ask Dolph Lundgren what it's like. He's here now, I believe. How tiring singleton is.
Yeah.
Dolph.
God bless you all who want to join the infantry, male, female, kids, and that. God bless you all. That's lovely.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it, and we're not here to judge you. We're here to guide you.
Yeah,
exactly. Can I just say something quickly, Lauren? Could I just say something quickly?
Sure.
It doesn't matter if you're PK or whether you're SAS, R, ADF. The spectrum of ages, wisdom, and life experience. As long as you come into here, even fugly, if you come into here and you are respectful to each other and you ask questions, you will get answers and you will get respect. The whole point of this is you can talk about anything in here. We don't kibosh subjects. There is some things that we cover up. There is a certain food that I love the most. You can't mention that name because of the algorithm at the moment, so we call it the red corn chip. Okay, it's got to be very careful talking about politics at the moment, because if you talk about that, all of a sudden the stream goes like a dog hit by a car.
It goes bad and we come this far, we don't want gremlins.
Yeah.
We've bad enough we've got the deep voice on today.
Yeah.
I don't even care anymore. I don't think anyone in the chat cares.
Maybe
there's some people who think that's your real voice.
They could. It sounds like you could save people.
Yeah.
If you haven't ticked the like button, make sure you hit the like button now.
Yeah, please do. And subscribe if you haven't already. Click the bell for notifications so you can be here at every stream, because we'd like to see you.
You can actually tell by laws of mathematics, you can tell that we have the shadow ban, so to speak, because people don't even stumble on. They don't even get to see.
I think you're not getting put on the homepage.
That's right.
Or in the search results and that. So also that actually brings up a good point. If you can, share the stream or an old stream or a different video on your socials.
Not this one. Not this one, because we're just rambling. They'd go.
Yeah, not one. Go to a different one and pick one that you like or that you think someone in your circle might need, because you never know, someone might really enjoy the community or the information, but we like to grow our family.
We would, and with because every person that successfully makes it into the ADF, we potentially lose one of our OGs, and it's hard. It's because we have to let it go.
We do, because sometimes there's a bunch of them all at once.
Yep.
We're a bit of a transient population, so we have to keep repopulating. We're like the townsful of YouTube channels.
We are. We had 20 people go in one platoon this year. This year we had 20 people from this channel in the same platoon. 20. And I'm telling you now, you have an unfair advantage just by coming to this channel. We'll never teach you finite skills, because it's not fair to take away from your relationship with your commanders and show you how to do something so it actually alters the way you learn something, so they actually think this guy's more advanced than what he is. But what we do is we'll teach you the mindset, not in a Goggins kind of way, not in a Wilco, Jocko kind of way, a level you can't obtain. It's just in a normal mate kind of way, and from an infantry platoon sergeant's perspective or infantry tactics and leadership division instructor, there's no ego here, team. I just want you to succeed
Exactly, and we have
and not waste your time.
We have a big skill space in the chat too. So if you're interested in something that isn't infantry and things like that, just ask, because the chances are there is someone in the chat who can help you out with it.
Yeah, it's true. Someone just said something about tying knots. That is something I can't do.
No,
Yeah.
Steve needed to do a wee, and someone told him to tie a knot in it.
I am really hopeless at lashings. I watch truck drivers and I go, how the hell do they do that?
I'm actually in awe of people who are very good at knot work.
Golf is first choice of sport. You knock off early to start. I can't stand golf. I like grass, not smoking it. But how much do you have to hate your wife to do 18 holes? 9 is enough. Why is there a par 5? Why is there a par 4 when everyone loves par 3? Where you can see where the ball lands in the vicinity of the hole. I would love it if the PGA was just 18 holes of par 3s. That'd be awesome.
I'm actually pretty good at golf.
Really?
Surprising. Yeah, I didn't think I would be either.
It's all of your years of domestic violence, swinging clubs.
Yeah. Natural swinger, apparent. Oh, not like that.
That went to the gutter.
Yeah, not like that. It's all in the hips.
It is true. And the invites. If you got your father's looks, you don't get invited into swinger joints.
Oh gosh.
Fugly Sonny can't tie lots, then tape the shit out of it.
Yep. Yeah.
I could take that to the gutter too. Carl P says, my old man was a drucky, learnt to tie knots early.
Oh, you're lucky. I'm not good at it at all. Yeah, he's like a black belt in macrame then.
It's a language that I don't speak. It's when put your thumbs up. I know Michael Stott is. Put a thumbs up if you're a musician here. If you're really into music.
I like music. I used to play the mandolin. Sometimes I sing in church, but I wouldn't classify myself as a musician.
I'm gonna play something for you, and I hope we don't get kibosh for this one. I believe this is one of the best voices I've ever heard, and I'm not talking about Seong from South Korea. What is this girl's name? Where are we? The one that sings Fleetwood Mac.
Stevie Nicks. Oh, that girl that you sent me.
Yep.
Yeah, she is an amazing singer. If they don't let you play it, you should at least tell people what her name is so they can go look at it.
Yeah, it's insane how well she sings it.
It's beautiful.
There she is. This, guys, what's it? When this girl first starts to sing, you feel yourself just go, that's not real. It's not real. And a guy done a reaction video of it, like a homeless guy, and he made so much money, he's now a millionaire.
Oh, there you go.
That's her. Here we go. Wait a sec. I'm going to play for a couple of seconds, yeah? I'll tell you, I'll put a video out where I'll put a link to that because it is out of control.
And she's such a beautiful girl too.
Yeah, but you know what? Ladies can look at her and go, what a beautiful girl, because the way she sings to the camera,
yeah,
it's like she's looking out at you. And I tell you, as a bloke, you can't guess her age, and you start to go, is she cute or not? I'm not going to say until I know how old she is.
Cute as in.
I know how old she is now, and I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you so that you can feel the weirdness too. Not illegal. I wouldn't put you in a position. You know. Tyler. Total Eclipse of the Heart. Bonnie Tyler.
Yeah. That's such a weird song when you look at why she wrote that. It's actually a vampire love story.
Really?
Yeah, I know. I didn't know that until recently, but it is.
Jay says, Nitro, I hope you are a female.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, that's Fiona. Just don't tell anyone. Steve's actually got to go. He's being ordered by his boss.
Blessy, great to have you here, mate. I hope you mended. And we're so close too. It's like an hour and 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, we are close. We are getting close.
Digitally enhanced voice. I don't look.
It kind of suits you though. If I just came to the stream, it kind of sounds like you just have a really, really deep Barry White voice.
Thank you. Nitro. Do you know one of the things that's really chapping my ass at the moment?
What?
You know, and you can be married and you're still allowed to be honest about this.
Okay.
Is how empty your life is when you don't have a crush on anyone anymore. You know, when you run into the people that you used to have those childhood and youth crushes on,
Yeah.
where it's just, what are the chances I'd do anything? But you know the bubble would burst if you actually held their hand for 2 weeks, took them to dinner and went, okay, I got it out of my system now.
Yeah.
I don't really have any crushes left.
I don't think I have crushes on anyone, like celebrities or anything anymore.
Oh, these were all girls I grew up with.
Yeah, I don't really have crushes on anyone at the moment. That's okay. It just means you're mature.
There's two. Okay, I've got two that are sort of left. One I haven't seen for a few years, and there's one I went to school with.
Well, maybe you should change that. Why don't you take the initiative?
I can't track her down, and I remember she married a guy called David Lowe. Not Rob Lowe, David Lowe. And her name was Melanie Went.
Maybe we should find her.
She, W-E-N-D-T, her name was.
Corporate team.
And I remember all I wanted to do was ask her out, but I was brought up that you pay for girls' dinners, you look after them, you take them out, you be a gentleman. And I'm like, I don't have the money to take her out. I'm not going to take a girl out if I don't have a car. And people, when I was growing up, didn't really have cars. We had surfboards, and hot chips, and a push bike with cards in the wheels. So
That's all needed.
and as soon as I was old enough to get out of the village, I was gone.
Yeah.
Always ask your crushes. Let get to a point where you go, that's it, and go and let them know that you like them, because then you can get it out of your system. But it's a weird feeling. There's no crushes left.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I'm a bit numb in areas of my life, though. Anyway, so I don't know.
My heel is very numb. And
Your
unlike
heel?
Achilles, I don't think that I would die if I got hit in the
Why is
heel
your
with an
heel-
arrow,
Why is it numb?
because of the callous skin.
Oh, okay. I thought you might have had some nerve damage or something.
Here we
Yes.
go. PK, Kaz and Lauren, after 27 years marriage, I have more of a crush on the dog than the missus.
Yeah, all right. We get it.
Where did Melanie Went go, Jay? We went to Newcastle High School together in 1990, I believe it was.
Gotta find it. So, boy, Kaz and I don't have crushes on each other. We just have what you can feel is that sexual tension. That's mature.
It's, Robbie Kent says he has a crush on his wife.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, no, he had to type
Oh,
that because she's looking at the screen.
Gotcha.
Hello, Mrs. Kent. Otherwise, she might get you with a Kent knife.
Yeah. Stoddy's got it bad for Elvira. Yeah, she was pretty hot.
Elvira, she was, but she wasn't.
I'd like to see her look a bit more natural.
Yeah.
Mind you, I like Dolly Parton too, and I don't want to see her more natural.
Yeah, but I think I'm right on with that one. You know, I think Dolly Parton oozes femininity. You know, she is such a lovely soul.
I think Elvira does too, with a big beehive and her bosoms and her, mermaid dresses and that. I think it's just the dark side of femininity.
But Dolly Parton's got a classy side, you know, and you see how butthurt people get when you talk about her in the movie Littlest Whorehouse in Texas with Burt Reynolds, when people actually say Whitney Houston sang that song better, and people get so angry because they think you're being disrespectful to Dolly Parton because what's her name? Whitney Houston sung for money. Dolly Parton, you know, she wrote the song, you know, and it was for a real person. It was for her manager that she wrote that song.
I wouldn't want to say, though, that Whitney didn't have any heart in her singing,
Well-
because she did.
Well, she's still been voted. Okay, this is an interesting point I'm about to tell you now too. Whitney Houston got voted as the best U.S. national anthem in history.
Okay.
The best version of it when she sang it.
Yeah.
And it really is beautiful when she sings it.
Dolly likes her version better.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. She loved it.
Yeah, but it's a beautiful song. Even the lyrics are lovely.
Guess what the Gallup poll put out, I think it was yesterday or the day before.
What's that?
And people are going crazy. But it's an independent source. Donald Trump now has the highest points scored as the most admirable man
Yep.
within the US
Yep.
right now. He beat it, and he beat Obama out.
Yep, I did. Yeah, Obama held it.
Yep.
Donald Trump's overtaken it.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, Jay Hayes also has a crush on Mrs. Kent.
The mystery of the woman, you know, it's the fact I don't even know her name. It's an aphrodisiac.
Stubbs is off to bed. Good night, Stubbs.
Good night, Stubbsy. Good night. In many ways, I am jealous. But I still have 65 minutes to go.
We can do it.
We can do it. We will do it.
We've done worse.
Nitro, I love you saying that.
Yeah.
I love you saying that. We discussed the other day, Nitro, about, and I've said this on the last channel as well as this channel, I feel when I talk about music, when I talk about knots, when I talk about tradie stuff, I feel like I don't speak that language. I look at it and go, how can people be so good at it? When I see people like Marcus Browning, or people that are into music and they're listening to music, and I see that reaction, the same way I see Mark Weens when he tries food, you know, on the eating channels, or I see people that are so into their wine, I think, you're lying to me. You're actually lying, because I don't feel any of that whatsoever. I think you're bullshitting me. Well, I feel like the language that I speak is geopolitical situations, you know, where I feel like I guessed, you know, didn't guess. I just knew that DT was going to win in 2016. And I knew nothing more, but all I did is I watched and I thought, everything you're saying, I agree with. And I've never heard anyone say it before. And everything I'm watching now, my gut tells me, without a doubt, that man has won. That man is great. You might not like the personality, and I don't care what you think about someone's personality, because great means that you are different.
Yeah, exactly. That shouldn't even come into it.
There is something about you that goes into the flames. There is something about the VC winner that you did not know about him until the opportunity arose, and there you are.
Yeah, it's not a congeniality contest.
Yeah. Get someone to write your bio, Kaz. It'd be interesting, man. It would be interesting. It'd probably really surprise me. When I've sat there before, honestly, there, Stick, and I've thought to myself, if I listed down chronologically the things that I've done in my life and the opportunities that have come my way, because I've put myself in a position where luck also favoured me, as well as the amount of time in the boots that I was wearing when I discharged. Still wearing them here. I always wear them on photography shoots.
Very practical.
They are practical, but they're almost worn to buggery now. But I love them. You know, they make me feel like a man, like this microphone does. But I think to myself, you know, I've been in the tombs of the pharaohs, underground. I've got the cross from actual Jerusalem. I've touched the Holy Sepulchre and been in Jesus' tomb. I've got real ivory on my desk. I've got opals now, thanks to Daz. I've got
Roman coins from Rob Wool.
And they're just up there holding up the other camera.
Yeah.
There you go, Rob Wool. Bam. Thank you very much, mate. Hi, Mum. I've got the axe from Kabao. I've been to Masada, you know, and touched the murals on the wall. You know, they're over 2,000 years old. I've lived in a Portuguese fort in East Timor. You know, I've been around one of the lightest guys in the 2nd 4th Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment, and then went to the Duke of Gloucester Cup. There's been born on Anzac Day, daughter born pseudo on Remembrance Day. There are so many things like the stars have aligned, where I've been so lucky, where I could have been dashed on the rocks so many times. Someone said before in here, what was the most dangerous day in my military career? And I'll explain that to you after I twinkle. Wait 2 seconds. It's been 3 or 4 hours now.
Yeah.
Can you keep speaking for a second, Lauren?
Well, will they hear me?
They will hear you. You're outside the microphone.
Okay, I can talk to them. Sure.
They'd probably rather your voice. I wonder if you're going to sound manly now.
I might. Then it's Lorenzo. Then it's not Lauren anymore. Oh. Not. Oh, really? Funny, fugly. Happy New Year. See you next year. Okay, what are we going to talk about, guys? You know I'm not very good at this when Kaz walks away from the microphone. Yeah, I didn't know that, Jay. Hi, sick man. My name's Lorenzo. I reckon I'd be shit at being a man. I actually am on my 2nd glass of wine, so any time now, go crazy. I'm trying not to, because you all aren't ready for drunk Lauren. No, Jay, I've talked about that enough. I never want to talk about it again. I don't even... See, I told you I'm not good at this. There's always a lot of dead silence. That would be... I couldn't do it right now.
Do you know what's even weirder?
Oh, you're back.
You know what's really weird?
What's weird?
You guys are about to laugh at me. It took me a couple of beers to realise.
What?
Why do I wear headphones?
I don't know.
Why have I been wearing the headphones?
You've been wearing them for a long time.
I can hear you fine. I don't need to hear me, and I can't hear you.
Exactly. It's silly.
You know what? I believe me, Dad. I'm a dickhead.
Your hair looks good.
It can be very offensive for those without it.
Yeah, look at it all. It's resplendent.
They'll end up in some montage somewhere. How much do you reckon it chaps my ass when I jump on sometimes and I see that videos that other people have done about my videos get more views than mine?
That's funny. Yeah, it looks good. You diddly donk. That's what they called you.
Such a gay name.
Apparently, Mr. Buckaroony invented it.
For those who don't know, Buckaroony has got a fantastic channel and he's got a really, really big following. But there's no politics allowed to be spoken on Mr. Buckaroony's channel.
Yeah, he's not there for that. That's okay.
Yeah, but so when he comes over here, he probably,
You probably enjoy it.
so I can say anything?
Yeah, exactly. That's all right. You're free to speak here.
That's one of the best things. Where's Knight? Not J Rod on Q. Nitro. One of the things about being in the military that you can't explain to people, it doesn't matter if you're a guy or a girl, it's the same, is you go in there and once you sort of know each other, it is like there's an understanding that there is no topics off the table. There is nothing that insults, unless you're saying it as an insult. There is not a topic you can't cover. If you had someone from the left, and they're not right wing, they're just centralists. A lot of times they don't really think about much at all, other than just laughing and existing. And what's happening next? And what do I have to do? And when do I get to sleep next? You can talk about any subject. If a leftist heard it, they would lose their shit. That's proof that leftists don't join the military. You know? Or if they do, I don't think they have a very good bloody time. You know. Buck talks politics sometimes. Okay.
But then he gets in trouble from Roz.
He does. The other day he got in trouble because someone said something. They go, oh, it's a Trump free zone. You go, look, I'm a big believer in politics and religion.
Yeah, you don't have to agree. Nobody here has to agree. You just have to let people have their own opinion. You know, we're happy to.
Well, you know, when in Rome, you know, I was about to talk about the most dangerous day in a minute. In Rome, when Christianity came out, they said to them, hey, we're a secular. A lot of people don't realise that Rome was a secular society, which means all religions were respected and all religions were allowed to be followed. There was no dramas. The only time that the Christians got themselves in the shit, pardon me, was when they said that there is only one God. And that was when they said, hey, you cannot say that. Because if you're wrong and that guy's God is right, you know, we want everyone to cover our backs, to put us in spiritual body armour. So don't kibosh him in case he's right. And then when they kept insisting, the shit came down upon them. You probably know more about it than I do, Lauren.
Yeah, because the problem is with, like, when people have a secular, like, humanist view of the world, where everyone has their own personal truth, what if my personal truth says your truth isn't true?
Yeah.
It's quite a deep subject, that you're...
And that can be any subject, can't it?
Yep, exactly. And when it comes to my belief is that there was only one emissary sent, only one amnesty offered.
Where's my bottle opener? There it is. Stop
You know,
looking.
there might be lots of things that claim to be God, doesn't mean they all are, whether you like it or not.
Well, you know what? I absolutely can understand why before internet, phones and all that, and when we travel at the speed of a horse or the fastest runner, I can absolutely understand why they were very superstitious, why they looked at red sky at morning, red sky at night, why everything was an omen. You know, I understand that.
Yeah, exactly. We've got to remember that the sunrise and sunset, they didn't have TV or radio or anything like that. You know, nature is what they were more observant than us.
Yeah. Yep. Hey, DC. Hey, Kaz. I'm not a service member, but would like to say thank you to you and the whole team for your service. Excellent show, Cobber. I'm hooked. DC, it's great to have you here, mate. That's my initials too, sir. And let me tell you something. And I don't mind speaking on behalf of soldiers when I tell you this, mate. And I think I spoke to Lauren before about it, and I've spoken to Ed before about it too. I do not feel like you owe me any thanks
but you don't
as a serviceman, because what we did, one, we volunteered, and two, we do what we do not necessarily for Australia. We do it for the great adventure. And guys don't think of the flag. They don't think of their home buddies when we're in peril. They think, I just want to get that hell through this safely and get back home, or I'm going to watch that guy's back. The people, when they say thanks for the service, I think of those that have fallen, those who are disfigured, unable to come out of hospital rooms, whether that be in the Walter Reed Hospital in the USA, which I'd love to go and visit and talk to the soldiers there that will never come out of those hospitals, to speak to the Gold Star mothers, people like James Meredith Hupp, where we are so lucky to have his mother, is one of our Patreon members and one of our subscribers from the USA. Denise is one of our subscribers, and she's a Gold Star mother and lost her son overseas and has a number plate with the Gold Star in there to symbolise that she's lost a loved one, under the flag and the service. So I appreciate it, mate. I do. And it's fantastic.
I would say thank you, actually.
Look, it's great. And
Whether it annoys you or not, I would rather civilians say thank you to you than call you baby killers.
well, of course.
Yeah.
If I could say, the way of saying thank you is to turn up on Anzac Day to a dawn service. Bring your kids up to go to a dawn service. There's no bigger thank you than that.
Hey, guess what?
What?
Jay may or may not be having a female friend joining us in chat soon.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Yeah, exciting. How will we know her, Jay?
Huh? One of the biggest compliments to a channel like ours is a female subscriber.
Yeah, we got quite a few cassettes, as I like to call them.
She's also Westside Lauren.
Yeah, see, she's going to be cool. I know it.
Yeah. Look, you can see everyone's getting tired. We're down to 35 people now.
We can do it, folks. We can do
We
it.
can do it. Michael Stott, is that her?
You're so cheeky. Look, you've got to get a second wind. We need some energy.
Okay, here's some energy. We're going to talk about danger. He's asked me before what was the most dangerous day that I believe I've ever been in. I think the most dangerous day was after the second day of the Caballo massacre, the second day that we were there, and I believe it was the 24th of April, the day before Anzac Day, which is Capion Day, or it may have even been Anzac Day, because I remember writing in my diary it was around Anzac Day. And basically what happened was there was like monsoon sort of rains in there, and the roads were made of mud that went back to the FOB, the Forward Operating Base, where the Zambians were, where we had been operating out of that Forward Operating Base to go to Caballo, which is where the Displaced Persons Camp was, where the United Nations told them they'd be safe there, forced them up into an area where they were murdered, more than 10,000 in the day. And basically what happened was it was time to go home. It was like, it's like, okay, we're not going to help them. We're going to go. Okay. But instead of going the way we kept coming each day, because the road was being degraded and degraded and degraded, it was also setting a pattern, of friendly forces if they were going to get rid of us. Taking into account at the time, the only night vision equipment we had was the ANPVS-4 Alpha, which was a single like foot off the side of your eye like a dick or a unicorn's horn, and you only had one or two of those a section. I think I was the one that had it. Basically what occurred was we took a different route away from the massacre site, and we went away where they didn't expect us to go. So we started driving down this dirt, muddy road, rain. We were in the rear vehicle. This is where a lot of my trauma actually come from, one of these incidents here. And I won't talk about that so much. But it wasn't about violence. It was about another little girl, a child. No happy ending. But anyway, what happened was we started going down this road. We were in a central seat 60. So we had Bluey, who was driving, Session Commander in the front with him, in the dry. They were driving, and we were soaking wet, absolutely soaked to the bone. We had blood on our hands. We'd had human matter all over us. We'd had to sleep in it. And we were heading home. It was dark. We'd been digging a mass grave, at a religious site. I'm talking like a metre from one of the most holy places on earth at Caballo, where the Divine Vision of Mary had happened 15 years earlier. And we were driving down the road, and everywhere, for kilometres, was wallets that had been emptied and drag marks where the bodies had been chucked over the sides of the embankments. And it went on and on and on for kilometres. And we're like, Jesus Christ, how many have they got rid of? No one knows about this, but we're seeing it all now. But we'd been around it all day. So it didn't seem like a big deal at the time. We had dark humour. We were, hey. Connor. Oh, not so cow. Wait 2 seconds. Connor, I'll throw this one out for Connor.
Connor's Navy.
Is he?
I think so. I think that's what he said.
Connor, my second choice. I've never wanted to be RAF, but I have thought about Navy, and I've done a lot of work with Navy. Where's the Not Too Cow? There he is. Where is it?
You can always just do a classic, just the plain old slap your fist.
It's a double Not Too Cow. Thank you for the golden cow, the Asian cow, the good luck cow rub its belly. Thank you, mate. So we're going down this road, and we're thinking, this is as bad as it gets. We're discovering something we didn't expect. But what happened was, we got up a bit further, and by now it was night time, yeah? And we had no means of communication between each other with this entire convoy, where we were the most vulnerable in the central seated combies as a protection team. We didn't give a shit. We were so knackered. And what happened was, we came across all these dump trucks, and we didn't realise they were all full of bodies. And they were just getting rid of the bodies to get rid of the evidence. And they were telling us, you can't come this way. And our tactical convoy commander had got out and gone forward to their commander at night time, and they were discussing, and they were everywhere. And their vehicles or technicals with 50 caliber machine guns 15 metres away. You've seen Saving Private Ryan. It would have been an absolute massacre.
Yeah.
And we were there, and we just and basically it just came down. It was their choice. Do you want to whack us or not? And you could see the arguments. You could hear the yelling back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and then they just.
You would have been able to cut the tension with a knife.
We were so tired. I reckon I would have just allowed it to happen, mate.
Yeah.
It was one of those times where you've got no fight left in you. It's almost like, if it doesn't hurt, just do it. I didn't have kids, so at that time I was thinking, yeah, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, you reach a point. Yeah.
But to know that there was people in other languages discussing, do we whack these guys now or don't we? and they're arguing amongst themselves, coin flip.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's the butterfly effect, isn't it? If things had gone differently that day, you might not be here.
But I wouldn't, I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
And that's the way I've always been. I've always been, look, you know what? I've lost fights. It hurts a little bit at the time. But no matter how brutal it is, it doesn't last forever. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you're here now, and we're really glad you are, and that you can share that experience. I'm sorry you went through that.
It honestly doesn't affect me at all. My heartbeat doesn't change a second.
Yeah. Yeah.
And other times than that, I don't know. You will never know when you're in a foreign country how close you are to someone else's trigger manipulation and not even know it.
Exactly.
But I think a lot of it comes down to the way we treat families, the way we treat people in other countries. We get the respect from them that we probably have people on our side from the opposition threat force that actually say, no, these guys are okay. And you didn't realise you saved your own life by playing soccer with the kids.
Yeah, exactly. Put Mr. Buccarini in there.
Hey, Mr. Buccarini, what are you doing?
That's a big one, Mr. Buccarini.
It is. He's a struggling YouTuber himself. But you know what? He's a smart man because he knows this is coming straight back to him.
Yeah, it's true.
Get this one up, you mate. Not so cow.
Classic.
YouTuber to YouTuber, soldier to soldier. How often do you get money out of a copper and a prison guard? You're a bloody legend, mate. And I tell you what, I guarantee for straight up, I'll tell you this now, Mr. Buccarini, despite the fact he was in signals and I was in infantry, I guarantee, as his time as a police officer in North Queensland Indigenous environments and the prison system, that you've been under more corporate danger than what I ever have. I reckon, for sure. Yeah. So, Mr. Buccarini, it'd be very interesting to hear your most dangerous day, mate.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
You never know what's going through someone's mind in the prison system, do you? And he actually works with a guy I think of as a brother that was actually there with us, whose name is Mark. I won't say his last name. Yeah, but let's just say that he is the author of the Paragord series, who works with Mr. Buccarini. Lovely guy. Lovely people have lovely mates.
Yeah, Mr. Buccarini's a lovely guy too.
He is.
Yeah.
He would have been handsome 30 years ago.
What do you mean? He's still handsome. That's what that was about.
Mr. Buccarini, can we get some thumbs up for Mr. Buccarini, please, team?
Yes, we should.
He's got a great channel, and again, it's full of thrusters, that love helping other people. Four-wheel drivers, simple-minded people, not simple people, simple-minded people who like to be Australian, to get outdoors, to help the fellow man or woman. Great people.
Yeah. David Penson had a rock thrown at him in Timor.
Hey, Dave Penson, you live in a street in Vietnam, and you're one of the only ones that doesn't speak Vietnamese, and no cars can come in there, no ambulance can hear you scream. You're probably been in more danger than Mr. Buccarini, where people are looking down the street going, Mr. Mzungu. This is a true thing. Be very careful of ever letting anyone know if you're on a disability pension or a retired pension when you go overseas. When you go to a third world country, if they know that you don't have to do anything to get that money to keep coming, all they need is a PIN number and they can keep milking you like a cow, don't go to Mexico. Be careful you don't go to the Philippines, to the South Islands. There are so many areas where you could get milked like a cow for the rest of your life, or you could disappear and they don't need to milk you. They'll just keep the card. But keep to yourself. Hey, I thought that said, baby Jesus is here.
To say happy recent birthday, baby Jesus. You know it's good if baby Jesus is
There you go, mate.
Leo's here too.
Happy birthday, Merry Christmas there, mate. Thank you for dying for our sins, and I've had many. Thank you for forgiving.
Yeah. Leo's here as well.
Where's Leo?
He's there with some thumbs up for Bucks.
My eyes are buttons. I might as well be in Coraline.
Yeah, he's just been like, yeah, that was good but creepy film, wasn't
That
really
was creepy for kids, wasn't it?
It wasn't really a kid film.
When they get it there and tap tap tap, where the eye's going to go. Leo, there he is. Hey, have you seen how long we've been on for, Leo?
How long is it?
4 hours 21 minutes.
Still doesn't feel that long.
Nah.
After the epic stream, we can do anything.
Milked like a Nutsu cow.
Oh, milk like a white warrior.
Hey Leo, does it just feel like with this thumbnail like a truck at any moment is meant to run down that puppy? It just feels like it. I think the fact that I've got that just keep moving too. What I was trying to do with the video, I was going to put in little writing, was going to have a curb and go 2021, what's around the bend? That was what I was going to do, but I was already running out of time.
It's okay, it's fine. It looks good. It looks good. We haven't got long now.
No, we haven't got long.
Good night, Tyler. Happy New Year.
Tyler. That's a good name.
Yeah, Tassie Devil's back. Hi, welcome back, Tassie Devil. Just in time. We got, half hour?
Hey, Tassie 666.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Tasmania, a part of Australia I need to get to. Western Australia, place I need to get to.
Yeah. Indeed.
Adelaide, not so much.
Well, you could stop at Adelaide on the way to WA.
Look, the thing about WA that absolutely intrigues me, is the jetties. After BC told me about that jetty that goes out for 800 metres or a kilometre,
Yep.
to me that'd be amazing because it's such a leading line when it comes to photography. It'd be insane.
Yeah, there is so many beautiful places in
Is it-
WA that you should see and take photos of.
Look at that.
What about
Redline Roo, is it? G'day, Kaz. It's me, Aussie Dirt, Bike Rider 13. I just changed my name. It's a good name. It's a long name.
Yep, Redline Roo is better.
If you didn't know English, they'd be going, that man sounds important.
Redline Roo.
No. Oh, that's right. That's Redline Roo. Oh, sorry, mate. I thought the name was, it's me, Aussie Dirt Bike Rider 13. Yeah, okay. Got you.
Yeah. Come on.
Oh, dude. I can't keep up. I can't keep up every time someone changed their names. Imagine if everyone did an inside joke on me and every person changed their name all at once. I'm like,
Yeah, exactly. We all changed it to Kane.
Kane is Abel.
Funny. Yeah, there's been a lot of name changing lately. But that's okay. We can sort of keep up with it.
I'm lost for words 2021.
Oh, yeah?
We're not being led by common sense.
No, we're probably not. We haven't been for a while.
But how do these people get in a position? It's meant to be about leadership. What's one of the prerequisites of being a politician? Loving your goddamn country. That's all it has to be. If you love your country, that should be, how much do I have to pay you to make the ambition come down and just do your goddamn job and think about the people instead of getting ahead? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean.
Because our politicians don't get paid much. You They might get paid. Some might get paid $200,000. But if you have a wife that's not working, and you've got kids, 2 or 3 kids, and you're on $200,000 a year, that can get spent really, really quickly, while still trying to buy a house, etc. You know what I mean? So that means that makes them open to being bribed or bought.
Yeah, and a lot of people can be bought nowadays.
What am I doing eating on stream?
Well, because you're hungry. You've been here 4 hours. No one minds.
It's these pretzels are making me thirsty.
Yeah, it was a big plot twist. I just found out that Sad Boy is formerly known as E46. It's Sad Boy.
Cheeky.
I know, I didn't know that. It was a plot twist.
There it is. I just had an actual spicy barbecue flavoured corn chip. Guys, I think this just went up to 6.2. This is how you get the girls from the university, is eat those chips, team, from Coles, because all I'll see is organic. Spicy barbecue flavoured corn chips.
You're going to suffer tomorrow because you've got your TP.
For those that don't know, I've got no toilet rolls. Tomorrow's a public holiday. I've got lower bowel disease, that I got from military service, not from a sailor. And I've got garlic chili prawns I've got to cook tomorrow too. No toilet rolls, no Coca-Cola.
Yeah, and Jay, I am not staying up for your New Year's. Sorry.
Mr. Buckaroony.
3 hours.
Mr. Buckaroony saying, how do you think Biden will go, Kaz? Honest opinion, can he get the USA under control with COVID? No, he can't. They had nearly 4,000 deaths today. This is the interesting thing, Mr. Buckaroony. One, we don't know those deaths are from COVID either. There's as many people dying in the Democratic states that are all about suppressing the economy to make people dependent on the government, because they're in the big government. Remember, this goes down their narrative where they can keep printing money. These guys aren't economists. They're politicians. They're government workers. Biden is a useful idiot. They already know Kamala Harris is the person they're pushing forward. She came second today in the Gallup poll for most influential woman in the USA. Sorry, yeah, she came second. I think it was Michelle Obama. Then it was Kamala Harris. Who wasn't that long ago was the most hated woman in USA, and then it was Ivanka Trump. Biden is a useful idiot. He's there as the firewall for her, where she's going to come in. Medically, I think he's got nothing left. He looks like he's done. He looks like he's out of cocoon, out of a wheelchair, weekend at Bernie's. I don't think they have a plan for any of this stuff. I really think they're hoping that all of the cures Donald Trump, they don't like to thank him, but Biden actually came out and said, yep, Donald Trump actually, job well done, mate. Admitted that. Donald Trump has now been given the Gallup poll most influential man or most respected man in USA at the moment. Highest score, 16 points, soared past Obama. I don't know. It's not the COVID is not their biggest problem. It's the fact that the left has now sold their soul to socialism through their base. And if he gets in, they want their pound of flesh from him. And I don't think he can deliver. So they need a patsy, and I think that's what he's going to be. Some of the outlandish things that they talked about doing, I don't know if they can reverse it if they get in. He is not really officially the elect at the moment because there's 6 states in contention. that are under protest, and this is the first time in history that's occurred. 6 states under protest. I think we don't know anything until it actually gets to the 6th of January, where Mike Pence will come out and read out the votes and see if any of those are vetoed, etc. Because DT doesn't have any power as a president over that process. It's the people. The Congress doesn't have the power. It's with the House, and that's 1 vote per state, and the Republicans actually have the overlap for that if it came down to it. There's a whole lot of legalities that are happening at the moment, but what it means for the rest of the world could be monumental, for China, for USA. I don't know. Uncharted territory, man.
Yeah,
But
it's gonna be interesting to see what happens next year, I reckon.
I honestly think they're shitting themselves. I don't think they have the acumen. I don't think they know what they're talking about. No, they don't have any policy whatsoever. I don't think they thought they were going to get in. And if they suddenly get in, none of them come forward and say, this is what we're going to do. They've come forward and said, this is who's pressuring us for this. Imagine that, going into a competition and then winning. You'd be like, oh shit, now I've actually got to do something. I've got to stand up on a world stage. And I tell you something. All is, these free handballs they've been given the Democratic Party, if he officially gets sworn in on the 20th of January as the Commander-in-Chief of the United States, the land of the free, the softball that has been getting thrown to Biden, what flavour milkshake do you like? Not asking him about his son, not asking him about his brother. It's going to change real quick. And I think he's going to get torn to pieces by his own people with the intention of then elevating someone beyond him. And they're going to use that 25th Amendment to go, okay, he's out. No worries. You did your job. Well done. Go back to cocoon. Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
I vote for policy. I'm not loyal to any party. I go for the policy that's good for the country. Not for me, what's good for the country. Yep.
Yeah, agreed.
And peace.
Sorry, you still
And
got-
peace. I like peace.
Yeah, exactly, me too. I like jobs, I like peace, I like people to have
Hashtag me too.
what they need. Exactly. Redline Roo is off to bed.
So close.
Yeah, 15 minutes. Maybe he's off to find a nice girl. to
Con
kiss.
Gray. Well, to be fair, Trump never thought he would win. I think Trump is a buffoon. I think you're wrong. I think he absolutely knew he was going to win, mate. And
Yeah.
and he did so fairly easily. And I think he's fairly brilliant. And it's not his personality. Again, Connor, we'll say, do you care about the personality of the fireman that saves your family from the fire? No, you care about the actions, you care about the policy, you care about who can get you out. He has got them out of so much strife. Yeah, and I think he's the only person that's able to stand up to the red corn chip. And if we don't stand up to him, we've already seen now the way they reacted from just a little bit Australia's got to do. Australia's in big trouble. Big trouble, because we've already started to side against them. Yeah. I think he's all right. I think Western democracy is stuffed. If Trump loses PK, I think you're right, man. I've been tracking this for a long time. Yep. Not liking someone's not a policy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, Mr. Bucker and Kaz, we got too mixed up with the USA, mate. We need to concentrate on our own country. Look,
And now we do.
in saying that, Bucko, like you were talking on your stream the other day, but people were saying, oh, why don't we bring industry back to Australia? You go, that's exactly what America did. That's what America did. They just brought it home and said, let's stop selling our industry. Let's bring our manufacturing home. And they've done a stellar job. And I'm hoping that Australia will do the same. We've got magnificent people. You've only got to see what a tradie is capable of. You know, one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen was the convoys of trucks when the droughts happen. And you see the guys get together, they get the hay bales, and the people all go out there and they turn up to farms, with bloody convoys of money, of food, of hay for the farmers. I love that sort of shit. Being on that Grand Pacific Drive today, the inspiration of those to plan it, plus those to build it, the engineering feat was amazing. And that's only done by people, who are willing to, swing a pick, mixed with the people from the executive branch that say, what do you need to get the job done? It was crazy how good it is. The Great Ocean Road down off Victoria, that it got built by returned servicemen to give them somewhere and something to occupy them in the space that they came back and didn't know what to do with themselves. You're going to build this road. And they've done a great job. And now it's an icon of Australia. We need something else. We're going to go to next year, Dolph. Not your next year over in Western Australia, my friend.
Stuff that.
So we've got now 22 minutes to go.
Yeah, Carl's little boy just woke up. Little boy? I don't know. Little boy just woke up and he was vomiting.
Oh no.
Hate that. Nothing worse than a sick kid, because you wish it could be you.
You can't agree to disagree, man. There's one thing I'm not looking at someone's personality, I'm looking at their deeds, bro. You can't get nominated for 5 Nobel Peace Prizes for no reason. You can't bring all of the troops back, to save more Gold Star mothers. You can't lower the taxes for everyone except for democratic states that have a state tax they put on, which is criminal. It's not about what's right and what. It's not two people having an opinion. Anyway.
Jay's friend is here.
Oh, who is it? What's her name?
Ms. Bugaboo.
Sounds like a good name.
Yeah.
Where is it?
She's there. She's got a really cute little icon.
Can we please get some thumbs up for Miss Bugaboo to make her feel welcome in the chat? Part of the community. If she wants to subscribe so we can see her name jump up here, we treasure our female subscribers. You'll get equality here. You'll have a place to talk.
And yeah, any friend of Jay's is a friend of ours.
Westside, not terrible Pawsey.
Only 10 minutes to go, Kaz.
Happy New Year, South America, in Western Australia.
We can do it. 10 minutes.
Look at that sexism. She goes hello to you. I didn't get a hello from her.
No, because I've been talking to her in chat.
I can't multitask. I'm a guy.
I can't always either. That's sexist.
Hey, Cody. The PK, get in there. Oh, hi, Mrs. Bundy. Sorry, I've been having light beers there, miss. Hey, Smokey B, how you going, mate? Mr. Buckaroony.
Yes, back again. He was really happy that we're, it's drunk Smokey, by the way. Happy that we're still streaming.
It gets to the point where you're so close that you can't not stop, sort of thing.
Exactly, and it's the hardest bit as you're near the end of where you're trying to meet. Like with the epic stream that we did, it was towards the end. It was really hard.
I don't know. Were you there for that one, Connor? The one where we went for 8 hours to raise money for a family that didn't bother watching the stream or ringing us up to say thank you after it. It's one of those things, man. Sometimes it just doesn't make sense. I can give a coffee to someone or $100 to a family or pay for someone's groceries and they break down crying We got $1,400 worth of white goods for one bloke because he had to, in the Bronx over here, had to go to laundromats as a working, tax-paying, law-abiding man. He had to go to laundromats every time he had to wash his shit. So he went and bought him all these white goods and all that. No, thank you. Didn't watch the video. Buy a lobster for someone, they start born.
Yeah, but we don't do it. We don't do it for the thanks.
No.
We do it because it's the right thing to do.
Look, but this is where it's different. This is where I expect courtesy. You know, I expect a thank you from someone when I hold the door open for them. That's it. That fuels me to do it again. You know, the fact that the money and the funds, although a lot of it comes from me, a lot of it also comes from Patreon. And on their behalf, I would like to know that they are appreciated for what they've done. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know. I
Yep.
do.
There's nothing worse than being so excited to tell the people from Patreon what we've done as a team for other people, and then when it's not appreciated, you're like, oh, guys, by the way, we paid for a whole family's dinner and their petrol, and they looked at us like we're weirdos, accepted it, and said, can I have a little bit more for some smokes as well? You know? Yeah. I've got DOMs from Holden Beer.
Have you?
No.
I better not get any more wine.
You've missed it before. Was Mr. Buckaroonie here before when my daughter did the ram raid on the house?
Yeah, he was here for that. Sorry, funny in retrospect.
Dude. That took me forever to calm down after that. Gifts shouldn't have expectations. Look, they shouldn't have... I agree with you, Stick. I agree with you. But it's really hard when you choose them, you know, because you've heard that they're down and out. When they don't say thank you, you start to realise you're the way you are because of the way you are. You know what I mean? Because people can be in shitty situations because of family health or because of job layoffs or whatever. But when people are unappreciative of people who have given them some humanity, you go and say you weren't thankful for that you got chosen out of 7 billion people. You can't bring it to yourself to even be polite. Then that tells me you're never going to get out of the hole you're in. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
5 minutes. Got 5 minutes left. Let's lift the energy.
No, because we said 10 past.
Yeah, but we've got to say Happy New Year at...
Is anyone kissing anyone here? Jay, are you getting a
Jay's
kiss?
getting all the kisses.
That's not fair.
Jay's getting lots of kisses tonight.
Yeah, but you've got 4 hours before it turns 12 o'clock.
I know, he's going to get record amount of kisses.
65 for Queensland. What's that for?
I don't know.
What's that mean, Mr. Buckaroo?
Oh, yeah, they don't have daylight savings.
65 minutes.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you're not that old, mate.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that is drunk, or am I drunk? I think everyone else is. That's Smokey B. What are you drinking, Smokey? Kaz Cracker Pepsi. Do I look like a man that stashes Pepsi? Ah! There is one! I just looked around, there is a bloody Pepsi there. Look at you, lurker.
Of course you do. Of course you do, because I think you might actually secretly like it.
That is fake news, my dear. And even and Connor and I both agree on that one.
I don't know. You always seem to have it in your home. I never have Pepsi in my home unless we've gone to KFC.
It's because it never gets drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ready with a record amount of... Yeah, I'm a little bit... I'd say maybe tipsy, a little bit flushed. My cheeks are a little bit blush.
Look at that. Birdie's, he's got his head on his keyboard.
Hillary's there. She's up there in the background in the blue light.
What?
Hillary.
Yeah, she's there.
Yeah, where's Derek?
I should say that to Jay's lovely lady there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a weirdo. Okay, I take that back. I'm a bit weird.
He is.
But this is the doll that I bought because my daughter's mum doesn't play dolls with her. So I bought the coolest, hippest looking male doll. Okay, so that now when she doesn't want to listen to Dad, I'll talk to her through Derek to her doll, and we communicate on the different ways and the different things are important, and she thinks she's just playing a game, but I get to impart advice on her. So it's a cool little trick, and I recommend it to everyone that's a parent to use play as a way to communicate with children.
Yeah, they learn through play.
I'm like, Dad is better than Mum. It's
You went.
Derek said.
Derek's bullshit.
Emma's still here.
Yeah, Emma's here.
It's been making the stream interesting. Slowly watching people get more and more drunk.
It doesn't happen often here.
The difference is, I'm starting to get hammered off light beers.
Yeah.
Mr. Caswell, that's enough mid-strength light beers for you. You can get out. Derek manscapes and has gender issues.
I think Derek's a bit, he's a little bit effeminate looking, let's be honest.
When you look at the choice and the range of dolls,
Yeah.
there's
a whole heap of different Ken dolls now, though. Like, there's a Nicholas and there's all these other names.
Don't do them. Yep.
Emma's been here the whole time. She was just lurking.
Emma, you're a champion, mate.
No one's saying Derek isn't cool. He's just a little bit...
He's not camp, all right?
He's a little bit camp. Nice ascot.
1 minute.
Oh, okay.
I can't believe it. 2020, this year that has taken so much from so many people, including family members, economies, the innocence of a nation. We don't know yet. Can you hear that?
What is that?
Probably gunfire. If it's Penrith.
6 seconds. 5, 4,
4.
3, 2, 1.
I'm your Venus, I'm your fire.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Old acquaintance be forgot.
Love the song, can't remember the words.
No, that's all I know. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year. Man,
Welcome 2021.
for so many years, I was kissing people, holding hands, being romantic, being told take that somewhere else. And here I am now sitting in my little dungeon.
Happy New Year, Kaz. Happy New Year, everybody watching.
Hey, my brother, how you going?
Yeah, not bad.
Like a true sniper. He just came out of nowhere, sniped me.
Kiss. Yeah, he came for his New Year's kiss.
Oh, good on you. Good on you, mate.
Not allowed to hug and kiss people in public, so everyone stayed home to do it.
Yeah.
As long as it wasn't Amanda hug and kiss, mate.
Alright.
Yeah, good on you, mate.
Bye, Jeff.
See you later, brother.
Yeah.
Lauren is the only person that has a sniper that lives out the back of the house as her security system.
Yeah. Exactly. It works well.
Hey, JD. How you going, man? Cam's trying to ring. No, Cam, I can't. I've got the headache coming back, oh.
Well, that's because I thought you were ambitious saying you were going to do an extra 10 minutes.
No, it's the thought of not having toilet rolls and spicy food. Mr. Buckaroo, I don't know if Mr. Buckaroony heard me, but
Yeah, he suggested a pillowcase.
Oh,
Yeah.
he thinks he's back in the guard room. It's 12:02.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year. Thanks for sticking with us. I tell you what, it's some of you guys, your blood's worth bloody bottling, I tell you.
Yeah.
Put a thumbs up if you've been here all night tonight. Or you've been on since you actually came on, because I tell you.
Well, I nipped away for a minute. Does that count? I nipped away to get some crisps and do a wee.
Imposter.
Yeah, I just won't put my thumbs up then.
You're fine. Nostradamus predicted a asteroid and a zombie. I watched that video, Smokey B. They sort of lost. They sort of lost me with the zombie apocalypse. I'm like, yeah. Ed B's here.
Happy New Year, Ed, but not for you yet.
Ed B, it's Happy New Year in Australia. We can tell you what your low numbers are.
Yeah. Hey, Ed, we're in 1 year and you're in another.
Yeah, he's just so 2020, man. You know. Yeah, good on you. So you've got USA in the chat as well?
Yeah. Yeah, you nearly made wine come out my nose.
Mr. Buckaroony, we've been in this new year for 3 minutes, and Mr. Buckaroony's already thanking me for the great year.
It's a great start to the year, for sure.
Yeah, but he said thanks for a great year, mate, which means he's already thanking me 364, 23 hours, and 58 minutes in advance.
You can just relax now.
I can. That's like getting your report card on as you turn up to school.
Yeah. Exactly. So finally, 2020 is behind us. Unless, of course, you're in Queensland, WA, probably South Australia.
And I hate to tell you, I'm the new Nostradamus, and it's going to be worse.
Yeah, we talked about the Nostradamus things anyway on our predictions for
Look,
2020.
it's so smart the way it's done that
It's general.
anyone that's a little bit suspicious, it can be.
Yeah, you can
Did you
swing it.
know? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You'll get out of it what you want to.
You know what? There's a lot of people that lost their lives in 2020, not us.
No, exactly. We're all still here.
Can we give 10-second silence for all of those, who never made it through 2020?
Yes, we can.
Shh. Okay, they're done. For anyone that was touched by tragedy in any way in 2020,
Yeah.
or any situations, whether they be breakups, whether they be job losses,
Exactly.
remember that the world owes us nothing, nature owes us nothing,
Yeah.
and if we choose to be a victim, then we will never recover.
Yeah, exactly. And there is good people and good community out there. You just got to find it, put yourself out there, and be part of it. Help be it. Be the change you want to be in the world.
Yeah, and that's not being a Pollyanna. That's
exactly.
That's right on. I've got to tell you this, man, that when I hit the wall, left the army, and then moved to Sydney, the place I despise, and then my relationship broke down straight away, and then I found myself in this castle, paying for it by myself while also paying maintenance and not seeing my kid. It was very easy to go, you know what, I'm tapping out. But, all I did was go, you know what, I've got to give up the alcohol. Cheers to that. Go to the doctors. Keep the exercise going. Recreate myself.
Yeah.
And the rest took care of itself. The attitude will make the rest take care of itself. So look after yourself. Stay safe.
Yeah.
Get rid of a friend if they're not good for you, and move on. Get into sports. Think about photography. We can talk about photography as much as you want and understand that everything about photography is positive. It gets you outdoors. It makes you engage with nature. You can do it by yourself. You can do it with your phone. You know, it's all about composition. You know,
Yeah.
do something that gives you some sort of value and meaning to your life. Something you give, and when in doubt, go and do something voluntary. And that will allow you to then be able to get some sense of worth there. You know, if you push love, it doesn't work that way. It happens organically, just like those chips. You know, learn to cook. Make yourself deadly. You know, make yourself the best version of you, and you will land on your on your feet, 50% of the time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that made sense.
We care about you. Sometimes we care about you more because we don't know you personally. It means there's no judgment. Yeah. We've all got things in our closet. You know, we've got Dolph Lundgren's got a sailor in his.
Has he now? Just like yours is for Pepsi.
There's one.
Yeah, just weird. Just saying.
It's a small closet.
You always have some in your house. Just saying.
And I will tell you something. There's lovely, Carl. Just wanted to say thank you so much, Kaz, for a great year. I'll talk to you soon. Again, you're giving me props, Carl, for this year, and we're only 4 minutes in. Okay. Replace a lot of your interactive consumption not with the normal TV that wasn't good enough to be bought by a company, mainstream TV. Go in, get your family, sit around, use YouTube. There are so many great channels. You can learn 6 different subjects in 1 hour. Do it. Learn, become interesting. Have a great time. Have sleeps at daytime if you're tired. But just live your life. Yep. That's all I've got to say. Enjoy 2021. Let's make this a killer year. Let's be here the same time next year, except this time you're going to have a Mr. or a Mrs. beside you, or not, or a dog or a cat.
You'll be happy either way.
Yeah.
You got 1 minute.
Dudes, we've got another. I've got 50 years to live. 50.
That's right.
And I'm going to spend that 50 setting my daughter up and her kids. I pray that she has them one day. So I'm setting up a legacy for her.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
Let's all help each other have a really great year. We'll be there for the highs and the lows.
We're not talking about the stock market.
No, but we're not. Life is like a roller coaster. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down.
And a box of chocolate.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Buckaroo says goodbye too, and if you've never been to his channel, you need to go and check it out because he does more with less. He's a really good guy, and he can cook up a storm. Yeah. Mr. Buckaroo, you need to check out the Pitmaster. I reckon you'd love it. The Pitmaster is a meat cooking savant. Okay, guys.
Yeah.
I think you've really been loyal. You've done a great job.
Yeah.
All right. Sayonara. Yeah. You didn't know I was Japanese.
No, they didn't know that either. Just how you love Pepsi too.
Yeah, let's quickly get off the screen before that puppy gets run over.
Yeah, okay. Good night, everybody. Happy New Year.
Like before you leave. And remember, that puppy will get skittled if you don't.
No, don't say that.
See you later. Love and respect from In the Trenches with Kaz, Lauren, the directors, and all of those that care about humanity, Australia, and the fellow man or woman, but not brown paper bags.
Stop it. You can't say that.
See you later. Mucho respecto. Bye. See you later, Connor.